Yeah, yeah. Um, I will double check when we might start. At least we have my slides. Looks good. Starkas, do you like to say anything up front or should I start? Okay, I do it. Is the live stream on? Live stream is on. This is a thumb up. I understand it, even being a German, as an okay. So, a warm good morning to everybody. It's great to have you here again in front of the stage in the audience, as well as being somewhere on this globe watching what we are doing. So, this is HiveFest Mexico Day 2. We had a very nice day 1. Most of the speakers got burned in the sun while we are on a panel or while they have to do their speech. Um, Today we moved inside a very historical building. We see very old, nice cars in the background, nice paintings on a wall to give you a little bit of an impression where we are here. And audience is picking up. Most people are probably a little bit tired from the horseshoe throwing contest we had yesterday evening at the beach. Anyway, this is what we do here. And today we have as well some more activities. I will come to this later on. For all people in the audience, we will squeeze the afternoon half an hour earlier. Means we like to be in the bus at 18:30 sharp. You know, I'm a German. If I say sharp, 80:31, the bus is gone. No Mexican things here. Yeah. Um, which brings me to the day. I will start with some introduction again. I will be your moderator for today, and as well as you know, Detlef is on Hive quite a few years. I was surprised yesterday for the 5th or 5th year of HiveFest present I got. It will get a very special place in my office. I will start to tell you a little bit what I'm doing, but therefore, this one goes here, as this is just a different feeling. Okay, many of you know the Beer Saturday. Probably not everybody, and this is what I figured out yesterday, know what this is all about. And therefore, I spent this morning a few minutes to put some slides together. Overall, it is a challenge where I try to motivate people to do some more activities on the chain. Normally, it would switch if I click here, or here, or there. Eddie, could you skip the slide to another one, or make a focus on that? Here we are. Okay, this is simple. No, the clicker is not doing on this distance. I don't know why. Anyway, the third most drunken liquid on Earth is beer. So from there, we created 324 weeks ago a challenge to motivate people to bring some content about the third most drunken liquid on Earth to Hive blockchain. As so many people enjoy that liquid, I said, well, do something else as only having 2 pictures of 2 blokes in a bar, which is nice, but not everyone is focusing on that. So we started a challenge where we give away some crypto if you post at least 3 pictures. Some people do quite a lot more. And if you post as well something around minimum of 200 words, means not just we got drunk. So it's nice for you, but this is not the goal of a challenge. It's more about the quality of the beer or the location or the bread you made out of beer or whatever you made out of this liquid. It's not about alcohol and it's not about getting drunk. It's more about the quality and the difference this liquid has. So we built a community out of this with already more than 2,000 people worldwide who are acting in this. And whenever you make your post, you might win some crypto. And if you win this crypto, it might be enough, and this is the goal of a challenge, to buy the next beer for the next post. So this is something I like to spread a little bit more. We will try to engage as well the Spanish-speaking community because you can post in any language. We have DeepL, we have translators, so I will get a meaning out of it. So I like to invite all of you who are listening to join this. It's quite simple. Use the hashtag and you find the latest post. Add your post, link to that, and you are gone. Later on, I will do as well a little longer detailed interview with our beloved Neo, who is already recording some stuff here to explain it a little bit more in detail. If you switch to the next slide, oh, now it's working. There is as well a post where you see who won, because the lovely Archange helped me to build some magic, which is looking into all the stuff on the blockchain and create automatically the winning post and pays automatically all the stuff to the winner. So we try to make it as transparent as possible. This should be enough for explaining you a little bit what Detlef is doing beneath several posts where I like to travel and so on. Regarding Hive, my opinion is we need more users. We need more people who join Hive. And therefore, I came to an idea that we try to get people from where they are. If you talk to a friend and you tell him all the nitty-gritty details about crypto, within 2 minutes, he is like this, and after 5 minutes, he's totally confused. And I know some of our techie friends, they go on for 10 minutes. Normally, people start going away. So why not trying to do this a little bit different? So therefore, in normal business life, we do elevator pitches. And if you present your software, your idea, or whatever to someone, you do a pitch. And therefore, you think about before what you are saying. We have, therefore, a 1 minute, it's still not working, sadly, a 1 minute pitch idea to bring that topic really to that person. And therefore, imagine you step into one of these elevators, meet another person, figure out quickly what kind of person he is, what kind of job he is doing, or so on, to adapt yourself, your speech, your way of explaining Hive to that person. And this sounds simple, but it's a damn tough job because you have to rephrase all your words. You have to step into the person and think, this is a gamer. How should I address him? Yeah, is there something on the chain which could get him quite easily? Or this is a photographer. Might be easy to get him to tell him we have photographing communities where you get something back for the content you deliver. Or this is, I don't know, a game creator or something else. And I thought this is worth doing some more activity around this to be able to spread the word about Hive, about all the stuff we have since years, to a way, way wider audience. Therefore, last evening, I created the account Hive Elevator, and I will collect all these speeches, all these activities there to have a point where people can go and get some inspiration. Get some inspiration about what they could say, how they could act, because if you see it, it's way more easy. And all this is born some weeks ago, but as I were too lazy or too busy, you may choose whatever you like most. I didn't prepare it that way, that there is a fully presentation or whatever else. So I get some people here on stage in a minute where I just play with this idea. So these people will help you to think about it. These people are the first people who are in the Hive elevator and doing this 1 minute ride with someone. And we will see how well this will work. And we put it on video, and we will put it later on for you, if you are remote, to that account, and give you some more ideas. And whenever you have a good idea, make something like this, record it, make a post of it, out of it. We reposted it on that account, and we will see where we are going after some posts, after some weeks, after some years. Might be a nice way to move people to this. So during the last days, I talked to many people, and there was this little butterfly flying around, and therefore I like to get Lord Butterfly on stage. And grab yourself a microphone at the back, because you need to be telling us something. And he really took it serious, because he told me yesterday he walked on a beach looking to the water and tries to think about what he might to say to people who he met somewhere in an elevator. And
Works
so to make it a bit more simple, you talk to what kind of person?
Because Hive is, highly complex, I try to keep it very simple, keep it focused on the core of things, something that anybody could understand. Because as I said, Hive is complex. It's a lot of different things for a lot of different people. So something that's at the base is something I was focusing on.
Perfect.
When I was staring at the ocean. Yeah.
But we said you have a persona in mind, maybe a video creator or a movie
Oh, this
creator.
works for everybody, I think.
So if you, to make it a bit more simple, think we are in one of these elevators now, and we just met, and Lord Butterfly figured out that I'm a video creator in some way. So you get your minute to explain me why Hive.
Yeah. So what I'd say is Hive is the only place online where your value is truly yours, where you're the one that primarily benefits from your presence there. You're not just a product for some centralized platform, for a centralizing figure, only existing to be taken advantage of, existing as a source of income for them. I'd say it's a place where you don't have a boss, a centralizing figure, a central authority, and that boss, his own boss, and then that guy, again, a more higher authority in the form of the government or wherever you're based in. Ultimately, you're the one that decides your own destiny, and through your contributions, through interactions with other people on Hive, you decide the destiny of the whole protocol, of the whole platform. So if it succeeds, if it fails, it's on you. Ultimately, the individual user is the core building block of Hive. And that's something I don't think is the case anywhere else in crypto or even in the wider legacy systems. So that would be my pitch.
Thank you very much. A little applause to... I steal the microphone and I get another one on stage. Thank you. I talked to many other people, and the well-known Grandpa came around and says, well, I do all these things with shops. I said, well, shops is an interesting topic. So he will join the stage, and I will mutate into a potentially shop owner. So we jump maybe in the middle elevator, and you have a minute to address why a shop owner might be cool to be on Hive.
Well, with this speech, I actually want to keep it also a little bit more open, okay? So not just for that specific audience, because like maybe they are, maybe they're not. So I'll say something like this, that Hive is an open, decentralized, permissionless social network. The technology was created 7 years ago, and at this point, Hive has a vast ecosystem of applications. Some of them are general purpose, so that you can create your social identity, you can connect with other people, you can follow topics, you can post, you can participate in discussions, you can earn crypto. Hive is also home to one of the most successful play-to-earn games. Hive even has its own version of decentralized YouTube, where you're not afraid to lose your content or you lose your followers. And on Hive, you can even create your shop. And it's as easy as creating a shopping list, but it turns into a very sophisticated, sleek, mobile-friendly shop. And by the way, here is a VIP card for you so that you can register a Hive account and just select your username, record your private keys, and with this account, you'll be able to enjoy all of the apps in the ecosystem of Hive.
Perfect. Thank you very much. And last but not, is my sound on? My sound is not on. It's now on again? Okay. I'm cut it? I use this one instead.
This was perfect because people got from a totally different angle a message what Hive is. And this is so great because you said already we are since 7 years here. This is for many other software companies, several generations of software. So it's working, simply. It's just working and we don't have to hide with it. So we could go proud into the world of all the communications and show what we can do. Last but not least, I talked to Dan, and Dan helped a lot to make this HiveFest be possible. And yes, this is an extra applause. And Dan has probably his own opinion or audience and try to focus on something similar.
Yeah, I'll talk to a community owner. How about that
community
one?
owner,
I was
okay.
going to go video creator, but... so what's the biggest pain point as a community? A new app comes out, you have to start from scratch, you have to build the audience. Well, what if you owned your audience? You owned your supporter list, so every time a new cool app came out, you didn't have to start from scratch. So with Hive, you pretty much have every app out there, from Instagram, blogging, video, short video, and new apps come out every day, including games. So the biggest problem here is you also don't have control over the front end, your website. You go to Twitter, people say, why am I seeing a bunch of fighting videos? I don't like fighting videos. So it's kind of weird how you don't understand what these algorithms are feeding you. So it's just a healthier world to, own, have transparent algorithms that the community can see, everyone's on the same page, and you don't have to keep starting over and over and over again. So it really makes no sense not to have a Hive account.
That's perfect. Thank you. And the biggest message overall is we are Web3, means there is no owner of Hive. And whenever I tell these people, I see this. Whenever I tell them more that there is a community behind of people worldwide making this happen, censorship resistant, yeah? For sure, we as well have to fight with people who like to censor in their way other opinions and so on. But this is normal. Yeah, you have to arrange yourself with this. Nevertheless, I'm here the next how many years we are around to build this up to something totally different. And I see that we are only the little seed where the whole thing is growing from. So be proud to be a Hivian from the first time and see what we will have and what we will achieve the next years. And this is the best part to move on to our next speaker, which is my good old friend Archange. Please feel free to come to the stage. Your machine is already prepared. Um, and as you know from yesterday, you don't need the microphone. Okay, I give it to someone else. Now a microphone for you. Archange is doing so many things for Hive since so many years. So give him extra applause for all the time he spent on Hive, for all the Hive bus, Hive SQL. There are so many other things. Sorry, I'm old. I'm forgetting things. He made, and now today he will show us some more new ideas he created. But as you saw yesterday, I tried to squeeze out from every speaker some tiny part of personal information, and Archange told me secretly that he is a keyboard switcher. Daytime, probably, he is using the keyboard for typing cool SQL commands, program things, or comments with the tools. And some other time, he switches back to the accordion and plays some music. Means he will as well one of the potential members of the Hive band we will bring together sometimes. Well, we have to bring the band together. So it's your stage. Have fun.
Thank you, Detlef. Can you hear me? Yeah, hello. So I guess you heard it. My name is Archange. I'm a witness. I'm also a developer. I made a lot of projects. My presentation today was to be focused on HiveOff only. But you know, when you are developing, during the process, you often find surprises and that delays things. So I was not ready to do a full HiveOff presentation because the slot is 20 minutes. So I decided instead of canceling it because it's not ready, it's partially ready, to do a two-topic presentation. The first one, of course, will be about HiveOff decentralized authentication. And the next one will be about the transfer anxiety syndrome. So more on this later. So let's go first with HiveOff. HiveOff is a solution that's really easy for people to secure their private key, to know more, use their private key, and share their private key on any website, any application. It's really easy for them to set it up. You just download your favorite HiveOff application, you import your keys into it, and you are done. You are ready to authenticate. The authentication process is as easy. You just enter your username, nothing more. You just authorize the login, and you are done. This year, I will now introduce the HiveOff mobile application. Thank you. Why a new mobile app? The goal is to provide a lightweight alternative to keychain. It's not a replacement. I really love keychain. I use it every day on my desktop, on my mobile. But it's something different. It will not be a wallet. Yes, you will not have all the fancy features of keychain. It will just store your keys and enable you to authenticate and sign transactions. Nothing more. It's a different technology stack from keychain, so we will have some sort of resilience in case of failure of something on keychain. And I think that less code is easier to audit and is less prone to vulnerabilities. So on my opinion, you know, I am security-minded. I feel more secure with having an option. So I will show you a quick demo of the app. Let me just remove this. Okay, so here I have PICD. I would like to log in here. I will just wake up my phone. And I will type my username. So this is a public information. Okay. And then I will launch the app, unlock it with a super secret. Here you see a black screen. It's because I need to use my fingerprint to unlock the app, but you know this with keychain, and then you just scan the QR code. We are live. We are here in Mexico. And then I scan the code. I will try not to move. It's live demo, they always failed. Okay. I think there's a problem with the scanner. Okay, it should work. Yeah, I will do it another way. I will do it on my mobile only. So here, on my mobile, I would like to log in. I just type my name, Archange. It displays a QR code. I just tap on the QR code, and you see it shows me two applications. So I can use the HiveFest mobile app, or I can use Keychain Mobile. They are both HiveFest compatible. So I'll just choose HiveFest. I need to unlock it with my super secret PIN, biometric. And here it is. You see that I want to log into PICD, and I can approve or reject the authentication. I just approve it. I'm back to PICD, and you see I'm logged in. You can do that with all the apps in front end that support HiveFest, Engage, Hive.blog, V4V app. Okay. So I will continue the presentation. Here we are. Okay. So what's the status of the HiveFest project today? The decentralized protocol, meaning being able to run multiple nodes of the HiveFest server, is ready. Having developed a new app, we found some few things we need to fix to be able to use as a one or the other, or maybe the two. So I delayed the release of the decentralized protocol a bit more. But everything should be ready, meaning both the app, you saw it's very rough. Today, everything is working, but we need to make a nice UI now. So it will be released in the coming month. Everything will be open source. The code of the mobile app, the protocol. And I would like to thank you, Sagar Katori88, for helping me in developing the mobile app. Please applaud him. Yep, sorry. And that's it for HiveFest. I will now speak about my second topic, is the transfer anxiety syndrome. Do you guys feel always comfortable sending your assets to an exchange. Always. You know that moment when you need to click on the send button? Yeah, you have always your heart starting to pump a bit. That's what I call the anxiety syndrome. The most common reason for losing money when you do such a transfer is when you send money to exchange, you write the wrong memo. You make a typo in, or you take another memo, or you forget to write a memo, or you copy paste but you forget one character, or you put your key in the memo. Another thing, another reason is when you send the wrong asset to the wrong exchange. If you send HBD to Binance, they are lost. And then you have to contact the exchange support, and I wish you good luck and a lot of patience, because the process can take several days if you can get your money back. Another reason is wrong or misspelled recipient name. And then you are fucked. It's game over for your funds. And this is a case that happened to Smooth. Smooth is not a newbie. He's a top witness, he's a developer, he's a very knowledgeable guy. And one day he wanted to send 18,000 HBD to Bitrex. And look, he was not sending to Bitrex, but to Bitres. Oops. What happened next? You contact the owner of the account. Please, send my money back. I made an error. And it looks like the owner of this account was Nuganu, which is a well-known crook on Hive. And his response was just transferring all the money to his own account and then cashing out. I was really impressed with this story because I thought, this happened when you are tired, when you are in a hurry, and you shouldn't do that at that moment. And it could happen to me and to others. And I wanted to find a solution to protect us from such stupid mistakes. Here are some interesting stats. There are more than 600 fake exchange accounts with typos on Hive. You see how many HBD and Hive have been stolen. There are thousands, if not hundreds of thousands. And the top fake account is Deep Crypto with all the hate at the end, who got 30,000 Hive. Yeah, that's quite a lot. So here is my new project. I'm introducing safe transfer with Xfer. X is very fashionable today. But on top of that, it's a very simple name with 4 letters only, easy to remember and less prone to typos. So I created an Xfer account. You can interact with this account and set rules where you define where you are allowed to send your tokens. And then you will initiate a transfer to that account. And it will check if your transfer is matching the rules you defined. If everything is okay, it will send your funds to the final recipient. If everything goes wrong, he will send your money back. How does it work? I will deep dive a bit more technical. The first step is to configure a route. You can create, update, or delete routes. You just provide a route name, something really easy, like Binance, instead of Deep Crypto 8, or no, there is another name, BH Hive, with something at the end, you know, that I can say. You define a recipient and then a memo, just a name, Binance or Bitrex or my friend or me. You will manage route with transfer. Why transfer instead of custom JSON or something different? It's because when you do transfer, first you see them all in your wallet and you can look at them. It's easier to find back what you did. And then there is no discussion because we can check the content of the transfer, and the XFAIR account being the first recipient. If there is an error in your rules, then you are in charge of yourself. Okay, so you can add a route, you put a name, you put a target, and then you put the final memo for the exchange. You can update the route, change, because recently Binance changed the account where you have to send your money to them to another account, and they change your memo too. So you can update the route. You can delete the route, and you can ask XFAIR to list the route you created. So you will receive a memo with all the route described. The step 2 is very simple. You send your asset to XFAIR, you use the route name in the memo. Everything can be encrypted. When you define the routes, you can encrypt the command you send to XFAIR. And when you send your asset, you can also encrypt the memo, the route you use. So it adds a bit of privacy into your transfer. And if any error triggers, you get your money back instantly. Let's look how it works and make a live demo. I have created an account here which is different from mine because I never have my active key with me. So it's a good idea for everybody. If you need to transfer, if you want to be able to transfer money, because now we will have payments with Keychain Mobile. The idea is you create a separate account. You make a provision on that account, and then you pay with that account. So you just use, even if you get hacked, only that small amount of money can be stolen, not your whole funds. And I need to switch login first. Okay, I'm in. Okay, I've prepared a small list of commands. So I will first create a route saying if I send money to XFAIR, I want it to be transferred to Archange. Okay, with a memo. So the recipient is XFAIR, really easy to remember. Just a small amount, and I copy my memo. Okay. I confirm. And it's done. And now I will send to XFAIR one Hive with the memo demo. Okay. It's done. And now I will look into my own wallet. And you see, I just received the Hive I've sent to Xfer with the predefined memo. I will do the same thing, but with, no, I will update the root with an encrypted memo. Same thing to Xfer 0.01. Okay. And I will send one HBD to Xfer with demo. Okay. Did you notice something? Yeah, no, I sent HBD, not Hive. But the root I created was Hive. So I will refresh the page. And you see a no root. So Xfer sends the HBD back to me because I made a mistake. Let's fix it. I will send to Xfer one Hive with the demo root. Okay, back to my account. And here it is, and it's encrypted. Because the memo, I told Xfer that the memo should be encrypted. Okay, I will now ask Xfer to list my root. Oops. Okay. Let's refresh. And here it is. So here is the root I created. Symbol is Hive, root name, the target, and the new encrypted memo. So when you create things and you forget about it, you just ask Xfer, okay, please tell me which root I created. I will try not to be too long, but you could add a back root. Please send the money back to me. I can delete the root I created here. If I do that, my root list will be empty. Let's try to send some money to a fake account. No, I'm not sending to the account. I'm creating a root, but I made a typo into my root. So here, you see, it's not deep crypto, but deep crypto. I made that mistake while I was testing Xfer. So okay, let's refresh. Oh, that's ascending. Okay. And I got my Hive back. because it's a blacklisted target. So all the 600 fake accounts I talked before are in the blacklist. If you use them, you will get your money back. And I will update it regularly. Here we are. Your funds are safe. Are there? Let's call a spade a spade. This is a point of failure because you have to trust the operator of the XFR account. I will be honest. But you are not obliged to use it. You can bypass it. Or I will open source the code I wrote. You can create your own XFR account, run it on your own server, and then you are on your own to manage your security. But for laymen, if they trust me, they can use it. It's quite easy. It's a bit rough today. You saw to copy-paste commands. I didn't want to create a website as an interface because it's a point of failure. But I will create a website where you can easily create your command and then paste them to your keychain or PID or whatever you use to create routes to simplify your life. Up to you to use it, but I think with this, our funds, especially for newbies, will be more safe. If you have any question. I don't know if we have time for it.
We have time for some question. I'd like to know from which part of your wonderful brain you always create these ideas. There are so many apps you already created for Hive. This solves a problem we all probably had a few times whenever, not maybe sending 18,000, but even sending 800 to somewhere. You always feel, should I click? I always send upfront one HBD or one to test the route if it's working. So I think it's quite nice, maybe adding some more UI-driven interface to it. So from there, cool, thanks. But questions from the audience, are there any? Dan? Wait, there's a microphone coming.
Oh, okay, great, we got one. So he basically answered my one question there at the end, but I guess when I was first thinking about what you're doing, I was kind of wondering why the idea wasn't just to build the rules into the front-end interface that you'd use to send it. And, you know, I was thinking, of course, I'm thinking mostly about the community front ends where we could easily get all the community front ends to integrate that. But the problem is going to be on the exchange side, where we know the exchanges notoriously are not very interested in doing extra things for us. So they're not going to build that kind of safety into their interface. So you do need something like this, at least in the case where you want to send from an exchange. And then my next question was, why do we have to have one account that's doing this? Why not just have your own account that does this and run your own server that could employ the rules? And you answered that. You're basically going to open source and allow someone to create their own. So I guess the last question I had, real question, other than commenting, is so what's the tech stack look like in as far as what kind of, running a server for doing that?
What's the tech?
What's the tech stack? What do you?
It's just JavaScript, and all the routes are in memory and dumped into a file each time you update them.
Okay, so,
Yeah, so just a GS file and a TXT file.
So I think it'd be useful too if, with the idea that people would run their own servers, you just publish the rules that you've got on your server. Therefore, somebody could just essentially copy your rules and not have to create all their own.
Yeah.
Some more questions.
While you have the mic, I have one question for you.
Sure.
I was thinking further, and now keep
for me?
the mic down.
Okay.
What would be cool is to have a dedicated account on Hive and having all this process into the core code? Maybe, I don't know, something we could discuss about.
I mean, I was just
Because
thinking just custom JSON or something like that. And I mean, we already have mute lists and things like that. We could, if you wanted to blacklist account names we actually have things like for that already, essentially, right? So if you wanted to add some of the new rules you're talking about, like for not sending particular type of coin to a particular, account or something like that, I think seems like it's already there in terms of custom JSON. I mean,
But without the blacklist, it would be cool to be able to have one dedicated account on Hive like null and be able to create routes. And then we remove the.
so you mean a set of
Figure
rules?
point on
You mean
field
set of rules for
being
your?
able
You would
to
set of
operate
rules for
your
your
own
account,
server
but
or
you would send to
interrupt
that.
someone.
Okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah, I mean, I think that's. I mean,
So an account may be trustful payments or something
A
like this.
blockchain account that
Yeah.
does.
yeah, I think
What
if just let me guess what you're saying. You would be able to say something. I want to use this account. So first thing you would say is, I want to use this account to mediate all my transfers, and then every transfer you made would then go through that account.
Yeah.
And then you would have some way that the next thing would be whether the first layer would actually translate the rules,
Yeah.
and then basically not process the transactions or not. Yeah.
Maybe something we can talk about.
Yeah, I think if you do that, you don't even need an mediating account. You could literally just put in a bunch of rules that would. The downside of that, of course, is there's more load on the primary nodes. They're going to have to process all those rules, and it's a potential attack point unless you do something comfortable there. So it might be possible. I have to think about it.
There were more questions. Somebody who don't like fiat is talking.
That's me. At what point do you return the Hive that you would use to change the rules? So like I haven't had my coffee and I put in 1,000 Hive instead of 0.001 Hive to make a new rule.
I'm sorry because there is noise.
So if I put in, say, like 1,000 Hive instead of a thousandth of a Hive because I haven't had my coffee yet to make a new rule, would that get returned or would that just look like a...
Yes, each time you send a command, you get the money back.
Nice. So how do you pay
No,
for...
sorry, you don't get the money back. No, because there is no reply from the account. Yeah. So don't send 1,000 Hive to create a rule.
Fair enough.
Oh, you can. It will make me happy.
Which beer will we drink?
I may set a limit and say, okay, if I receive a command and it's too much Hive, I send them back.
See, I like the idea of having a central account because it's like one thing you can see and it's good UX generally. You're like, okay, exfer, transfer. And then the idea of having multiple accounts is a little more iffy. And then layer one, of course, like that's going to take time to integrate and other work. But why not just do a multi-sig for the actual trust? Like even just a few servers that you run, so it's at least not a central point of failure, or maybe the community would help quite a bit.
Because you are a techie guy, and a lot of people are not. They just want to transfer funds securely.
Wait, sorry, could you repeat what you just said?
Sorry?
I didn't quite catch what you said.
You are kind of a techie guy. You know what multisig is and so on. Laymen, they don't know. They just want to transfer their assets. So maybe it's not a perfect solution.
Yeah, why aren't you running a multisig? The actual account is the multisig, and the servers or whatever entities are backing that account are kind of decentralized, so it's not a central point of.
Or maybe
of
I don't
failure,
get
at least.
exactly your question.
So like the Xfer account is actually a multi-sig account, and there's some number of benefactors that are running that account. So if any one of those benefactors get hacked, you don't actually have a catastrophic failure.
Okay,
Yeah.
I got it.
Fair enough.
Yeah,
Yeah.
good idea.
I think this topic is so relevant that we either could extend this discussion for several more hours. This will bring us to a quite techie part and a quite unhappy Crim.
I just planted the idea there.
Yeah. Why not having this later on this evening in a smaller group?
Yeah.
I think it's very interesting because it makes it way more safe for newbies. And this is what we try to achieve, to explain a newbie multisig as well again needs some time. It makes it more safe as well. I really love it. So there are opportunities to help us to grow Hive to other levels with
Yes.
services like this and others.
If you have any question, if you have any suggestion, just come to me. I still need to write the doc, so it's not forged in stone. Everything is possible. Thank you all for listening. Thank you.
Thank you, Archange, and thank
See
you
you
for
later.
all the stuff. See you later. You probably grab your machine and bring it to a safe place. This brings us, and we are more or less on time, unbelievable, to our beloved speaker, Crimson Clad. She is already set up, microphone on, in normal working mode, and joining us on stage. So, how are you this morning? You need some more audio on your microphone, some more level her up. More.
This. I'm going to pretend it's because you guys really like me.
Ah, here we are.
How about that?
Way better.
There we go. Okay, so warn me because I didn't actually. The
Are you-
jury rigged me as best they can.
Are you Borg?
Maybe I need one eye laser and then I'm completed. So if I fall apart on stage, let me know. If we have any microphone difficulties, I just have to
Well,
keep this
it-
arm
it's-
very.
It's still working. Yeah.
All right,
But,
perfect.
As you know, I did my homework and squeezed even some more or less known or unknown
More
information
facts?
out of Krim. So as I said yesterday in between, she is a metal fan.
I am.
Yeah? And her metal radio show, video, whatever show will be soon live again.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm very looking
And
forward
I would
to it.
love to listen and comment and do whatever because I'm just back from a Rammstein concert in Brussels, which was
Fun.
enormous. So yeah, but we will talk about some Rammstein later on. So it's your stage.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, cool. So, hi, everybody. As you may have noticed, no fancy presentation for me, not because I don't have something prepared for you, but it's because I don't have something prepared for you at all. I love HiveFest a lot. I love coming. I love being a participant. And usually I get the chance to just kind of be in the crowd. I'm often not talking, which is probably pretty cool for you guys because that's not a normal state of being for me. But this time around, I wasn't 100% sure that I was going to make it here. And so Matt said, you know, if you can, we want to get you up on stage. And what do you want to talk about? And I said, I don't know. So he gave me some ideas. And now that I'm here and I've made it, I thought we'd talk a little bit about what we touched on yesterday, if you got the chance to catch the tech panel that kind of turned into an everything panel. And so one of the things that I've kind of been working on this year and that I'm hoping to continue growing and that I hope kind of goes beyond my purview is doing a little bit more Hive marketing. Now, since you guys have been around a long time, most of you here and most of you watching, you know that that's a pretty contentious topic. People get pretty torqued out about it because it's hard. We don't have somebody whose job it is on the payroll to go out and do traditional standard marketing. We don't have a company behind us. We don't even have a really cohesive brand story. And, you know, like the elevator pitches this morning, have you ever actually kind of thought about what Hive is to you? Because it's so diverse. Everybody looks at it differently. And depending on what you do day to day, what game is your favorite, what front end is your favorite, whether you produce or consume content, when somebody asks you, what does Hive do? The answer is everything. And that's a really bad answer. That's not a good way to sell to someone, right? So, you know, this elevator pitch exercise is actually a great way to start thinking about it. So for me this year, the idea of taking Hive outwards and sharing it and talking about it from a marketing perspective was a pretty daunting one. And I can say that it probably has been pretty contentious as well. Not everybody's madly in love with the idea. But I thought I'd talk to you guys a little bit about how we've approached it, what I'm kind of looking to do in the next year, because heaven forbid, I think I might try and do it again, and where you guys can kind of jump in if that's what you're interested in. If you're not, and you just kind of want to know what goes on behind the scenes when we get out to these events, then that's fine. We can talk about that too. And then I figure we'll save a little bit of time for questions and chit chat at the end. So that's kind of the deal. When thinking about taking Hive outwards to events, that's a pretty crazy thing to do, because if you've seen, lots of ecosystems have big conventions. There are some really well-known ones, Consensus, NFT NYC, these big sort of Ethereum Denver is, I think, a big one. What is Permissionless just happened. A lot of these are crypto-centric events. And one of the things that I've learned pretty quickly, and perhaps you guys have too, is that crypto-centric events are not really a great fit for Hive. Crypto is a weird place. Everybody is incredibly loyal to the one coin that they love best. And I'm not saying that you guys all have a favorite too, but you probably do, right? So going to these events that are all about a specific chain or specifically cryptocurrency and that sort of crowd that's already made up their mind isn't the best fit for us in a lot of cases. And especially in the world as it's evolved, what we've discovered is everybody just assumes that everyone in crypto is heckin' rich. We've all got magic internet money. There's, any runway you need, you can throw any party you want, and you're absolutely just brimming with funds for marketing. Yeah, that's not really the case, is it? But this is the sort of presentation that's been put out there, is a venture capital fund comes into a centralized blockchain, gives them a couple $1 million to a couple $1 billion. They power through it, they throw a bunch of cool parties, and then they disappear. And that chain's gone forever. What the hell is that? So if nothing else, being here in an ecosystem like Hive that's powered by community, that has this sort of decentralized, truly decentralized fund, as contentious as it can be, is a totally different way of approaching marketing. And getting people interested in helping with that is pretty tricky because it's daunting. And so this year, I feel like we've broken the ice on it, so to say. And I'm very lucky because some of you in here have come with me to events. And you've seen firsthand how wild it can be when you get to an event that is potentially not just a crypto event. So over the course of this year, as part of Value Plan, I'm project managing under Value Plan. I've basically been taking groups of our DApps and our project managers to events that are not just crypto events. And so we have actually gone to a gathering in Denver, which was a Cardano. It started off as a Cardano event and became sort of a disruptive tech event. That was really interesting. But our most recent one was in Las Vegas. And this is the first time that in North America, we've just gotten out and talked to people. It's one thing to kind of try and find online outreach, right? But somebody has to come to Hive for us to get them, really get them and have the whole community jump on them. Or they have to be on crypto Twitter. But that's a very small subset of the people out there that could benefit from what the Hive tech stack does. So the approach has been, can we find events, opportunities, places where there are tech-curious end users, where there are entrepreneurs who are a little unsure of how to get into this space, but know that there's a lot of opportunity, or even other blockchains who are building, who have DApp owners who are building projects that their blockchains can't service all their needs. And that one is a big one to me. And I know that this definitely often gets people really talking, but when you think about it, the reality is most blockchains don't do what we do. And most blockchains need a place to gather their community. And they're discovering very, very quickly that they build a high-level financial application or they build some specific set of contracts and learn that they need a place for community to gather, a place where they can have governance or decentralized polling, a custom front end that they can hook up and have, a blog feed that they control that can't be pulled away from them, because we all know YouTube, Twitter, all of the legacy platforms look at crypto companies as scams and pull them, pull their information. So for us, we have a lot of opportunity that exists outside of just the crypto space. When we went to Las Vegas, one of the things that was most interesting that I'd love to share with you guys is that the crowd was incredibly varied. And this conference was basically suggested as the future of work. And this is a topic that I think we can learn a lot from, because everybody here, in one way or another, has to support themselves and their families. And this is a topic that's so top of mind for people. AI is now a thing, all of these bits of disruptive tech, blockchain and cryptocurrency that I don't understand. These are things that are going to have a direct impact on me soon. I don't know how, but somebody said that AI is going to take my job. What do I do? And so the people that came to this convention were not just the companies building the AI, but the entrepreneurs and the businesses and people who are still in a Web 2 world that just know that something has to change, but they don't know what yet. And for us, that to me feels like the biggest opportunity that Hive has, because we don't necessarily only need techie people. One of the best things about Hive is the diversity of people in this room. People come to Hive to blog, to produce video content, to consume video content, to, join communities. We now have short form content, long form content, photos, travel, pin mapple and travel feed. There is a little bit of everything being built on Hive. This ecosystem has something that appeals to everyone. So how do we start sharing tools like what Grandpa is building, this social shopping? How many of these sort of communities that already exist on Web 2 and legacy social media are looking for these solutions? So that's kind of been the way that we've approached it. And it's meant that the way that, especially the events that I've put on and brought many of the dApps that you'll actually see marketing materials from here, Wrestling Organization Online, Splinterlands, Peak D, Speak Network, Leo. We've taken a ton of these dApps around and connected them directly to people, and not trying to market to them through digital spaces, but through physical spaces. And what an incredible, incredible response there's been. So one of the best things is, I'm still pretty tired from Vegas, and I know many of you were there with me like a week ago. We just got home, and now we're here again, and that motor is running, and I think when I get home tomorrow, I'm probably going to run out of gas pretty quick. But we have one more day in me. The response has been incredible. And so my goal is to continue this on into next year and to do it in different places around the world. So one of the things that I'm kind of going to put out there today for those of you who are here in this room and of course watching from home or catching this later is, how do you think about Hive? How do you discuss it with other people? And especially if you're involved in a particular project or a particular niche, or you are building your own tools, how do you frame them in the context of what Hive can do? And of course, if you find something local to you, if you've ever thought in your head, boy, I didn't realize that there's a knitted tea cozy convention down the lane, and I'm socially selling knitted tea cozies on my blog on Hive. Maybe I should go over there. If you've ever thought about a local event, and there are many, I would really suggest that you think about going and that you reach out, perhaps to me or to somebody else who's doing marketing. Because now I've got a lot of tools, I've got a lot of pre-built stuff, and a lot of experience with some of these events. And what I'd like to do is start empowering people inside the community. We keep saying that's what we want to do, but I think for a lot of people, it's a lot of time and effort that we're asking of you. How can I support you? How can, the greater Hive community support anyone who actually wants to get out of just this cryptocurrency bubble? Because it's what we need to do. And we've been talking about this idea of marketing for so long. now is a great time. I know it sounds like it shouldn't be, but think about the bear market in terms of how it's cut down a lot of the noise around us. And think about the fact that here we can have people who travel 48 hours around the world to come to a gathering because of the strength of their community. Yeah, he's like, yeah, that's me. It was you. Holy cow. And there's more of you out here that I'm looking in the crowd who have done exactly the same thing. That is beyond the fact that there's a price on this coin. Let's be very realistic. That is not because there's just a Hive cryptocurrency that you are expecting to go to the moon. There's way more to it than that. And that is the thing here in the bear market that keeps you here, but that's the thing in the bull market that draws more people to us. And so right now, when there is not a lot of noise, not a lot of other chains they've either blown through all their money or they're, everybody's, can the devs do something? Well, they're kind of sitting back and succumbing a little bit to the depressive market. We're here. We're still blogging. People are still doing the things that have intrinsic value that aren't quite as important as, the token value in this time of whatever it is that's happening in the markets. So my goal is, if you have ever thought about going to an event, if you like to talk to people, if you really enjoy sort of getting out there and discussing what Hive is to you, or frankly, what your project is, taking dApps out to events is really important because, again, it's really difficult to summarize Hive. When I'm selling Hive, if we're talking about elevator pitches, I usually will ask somebody, what do you do on the internet? It's my first question. What do you do on the internet? And what they tell me gives me a great idea of what to tell them back. If they say, well, I'm a programmer. Oh, great. Well, I've got a tech stack that's completely open source, community owned, decentralized, fast, feeless, 3-second settlement. Let's talk about that. If somebody says, oh, well, I love to watch YouTube videos. Hey, you've probably seen a YouTuber that you love either get demonetized or struggle with the platform. Actually, you can come and you can join communities around 3Speak and some of our other video providers, and you can actually even not just build community, but potentially get rewarded for it. Have you ever thought about that? There's always a way into people's minds to talk about Hive, and a lot of that's just now putting in the work. And it is hard work. So I want to say thank you to all of you who have come to events. I know that it's a whirlwind. It often involves travel. It involves a lot of interpersonal contact, which some of us internet nerds are not the greatest at, right? So you guys have put in time and effort, and that is exactly where these sort of opportunities have grown from. And even in these last 2 events, though we have done more, we've seen an incredible amount of interest. We did not even that much onboarding initiatives. We weren't trying to onboard people one-to-one end users in Las Vegas. And we had more than 300 signups. We weren't trying, but we had more than 300 signups. And at this, oh yeah, thank you. But my point being is that's literally just people walking through our area, looking at all these beautiful posters, and then talking to the people building the projects. We weren't going, here's Hive, here's a coin, let's explain everything. No, like, oh, you're a video person, you're a content person, you're a developer. And so for this coming year, this is the bug that I kind of want to put in your ear, the idea that I'd like to see grow, for you and all of you out there. If you see an event that isn't just straight up a crypto event, if you see a trading card event or a gaming event or some sort of future technology gathering, help us see if that's a good fit. Let one of us know. And certainly, if you are interested, if this sounds even a little bit interesting, we're always looking for global community members, because the best thing we can do, rather than fly the same 2 people around the world all the time, is get more people involved. We want a diversity of opinions. We want a diversity of experiences. And of course, we want people who are interested in joining us and helping grow this, get into this initiative, if you want to call it. And if you're already ready to go, let me know, because I've now produced a ton of graphic material, PowerPoint slide, you name it. If you need it for a gathering of any size, from small to large, I've probably got some resources that I can give to you or I can help you with. So I think we're going to try and keep everything on track today. I've kind of thrown a lot of information at you, but I'm really excited for this. And I know that from the outside, it often looks like it's a big party and it's a lot of fun. And it is often. But it's a lot of work too. And so my hope, at least, is that if I can take some of these first steps, if I can break down some of the hardest, scariest parts, which is finding some of these big events, organizing people, getting them traveling around the world, housing them, feeding them, getting, tech meetings set up, and then handling all of the requirements for working with I don't know what you want to call it, a real world company, because boy, oh boy, I'll tell you, it's really difficult to convince like a hotel and convention center to take cryptocurrency. I'll tell you, that's probably more work than anything else. But yeah, if you're interested in this, please reach out to me because I would love to see it grow. The results that we've seen, this spark in people's eyes, and the interest even from people who are building things on today's internet or today's tech possibilities, start to understand incredibly quickly when you tell them, well, here's how Hive can save you money. Or here's how Hive actually can just handle that data that you are struggling with. Or here's how Hive can let you connect to over 2 million human readable wallets. You don't need to do anything. You can do it today. It's completely free. Just use Keychain. You're like, done. Anyone can you can grab their username. You can grab their friends. You can look through a history of their votes. Integration and the idea of getting this sort of attractive prospect to people is more than just, hey, we distribute a coin through social actions. And so for me, the idea from here on out is to start getting more people excited about what those possibilities look like and what can be built here. Because we have the tech stack for it. And I'd love to see more hybridized onboarding ramps, whether that is Web 2 businesses, or whether that is, other blockchains that have learned that they're building out solutions to fill sort of gaps in their own tech stacks. And we've existed for 7 years. How can we start kind of bringing some synergy to this? And a lot of it means face-to-face communication. Hive is a social blockchain. It's a human technology built by humans, full of humans. And it's about time to kind of show you all off. So I'm going to leave it there. Do you want to do some questions? Is that what? Detlev's the boss.
Questions, please. Jay-Z.
Oh,
Oh, you get a
microphone is
microphone.
coming. One sec.
You are perfectly on time.
I
You did
tried.
it before?
4 times at least.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi. One thing is that I've seen in communities is that usually there is like one central message, and a lot of people rally behind that message. But also there's other things being built around, and nobody pays attention to them, or
Yeah.
actually nobody includes that into the marketing pitch.
Yep.
And that's one thing that I think that we can improve as a community, because, like I said, it's hard because everybody's trying to go their own way.
Yes.
But there needs to be some point at some stage that where we can like re-engineer the pitch and update the pitch so we can have more things that are being built. Like, for example, like Brian of London has the music thing.
Yep.
And that will be integrated into the Hive pitch or Splinterlands or anything else that
Yeah.
you want to integrate and make the pitch more updated and stronger. And I think that is something that we need to take care, especially on a method to keep updating, continuous updating.
Yeah, man, I can't say it much better than that. It's the absolute truth. And so that is sort of, it's how we've started to approach it a little bit, but resources, we don't have good resources. You're absolutely right. And so for me, in building these events and kind of building teams and stuff like that, one of the things that we've done is, I give everybody kind of a big document full of, here's some sort of key points that you can bring into what you're talking about. Here's some overall Hive points. Here's some overall sort of flows between our dApps. And so I think that's a great idea, that these documents that I've kind of got internally and that I do share, and if any of you guys want, could be made into a resource that would be more accessible without people asking for it. So finding a way It's not like we don't have an entire blockchain that houses long form content. There's probably a place where we could create a repository of some of these ideas. And especially now, if you've obviously heard some of the presentations, you'll find that a lot of our dApps are either very synergistic or they are actually starting to integrate where, you'll hop on to Splinterlands, and you'll play a game, you'll meet a new friend, then you'll share the battle video over on 3Speak, and then you'll write a breakdown, you'll take that into Peak D, and then you're going to want to create a threadcast about the next time that you live stream a game. And all of a sudden, you've taken a journey through like 5 or 6 dApps, and they're all... A great term for this is co-opetition, and I'd never really heard it before, but while I've been out and about, I've had the good fortune to run into FedEx's head of blockchain, and he's been presenting at many of the same events that we've been at. And so yes, these big companies out there in the wide world, they're very aware of what's happening here, and they're very aware of what needs to happen above and beyond just cryptocurrency, and how we handle data and how we treat things that are valuable. And one of the things that he's been discussing a lot is the idea that whether we like it or not, FedEx, DHL, UPS, we can't each of us just create a blockchain and compete. That's not going to work. We are competitors, but what we need to do is look at where are the spots that we all kind of convene. That's where we need to build. And then we are competitive from there. And I think that's a great sort of way of looking at Hive as well, is we've got all these dApps, and many of them are sort of in, competition's a rough word, but they're in the same spot. And where they converge, where sort of their users and their tech needs converge, is a great place for us to focus on helping, develop the tech stack and helping develop marketing. And we've definitely got so many dApps that we can create sort of a pitch above and beyond just our tech stack, for sure. So yeah, let's do it. Let's do exactly that.
Great.
Do we have more questions? We have a microphone.
So yesterday there was a little bit of talk about retention, and I'm really glad that you're up here today talking to us about marketing, because when I kind of came onto Hive and started to integrate myself into the community here a little bit, I was really blown away by how powerful of a protocol we have compared to other cryptocurrencies.
Yes.
Like from top down. We really have an incredibly competitive protocol. And as a community, the dApps, the front ends that we're building are so varied. And what you said at the beginning, that this is like the everything, thing, and it's really hard to market. What have you had success in your marketing? What has worked in terms, like as dApps, like how can we take from your knowledge and help onboard these users?
Oh yeah, no pressure. Not a big question at all. So I think the best way that I can answer that from my own perspective is, what have I been asked to talk about a lot? So when we go to these events, often we will sponsor them, and sometimes that comes with a talk slot, sometimes it doesn't. Our preference always is, if we're gonna pay to put our logo on stuff, you better believe we're gonna get up on the stage and yak at you too. And so often people will reach out and they'll ask me to come to either physical events or online events, and they'll ask me to talk about Hive from a broad Hive perspective. And so yesterday at the end of the tech panel, I was saying, how has my mentality shifted? What do I think is important to the future of Hive? And the answer that I came back to was identity. And that's not solely just my personal opinion. That's come from now spending the last year or so out from behind the tech side of things, and kind of more out with normies than people. And the idea of identity is becoming incredibly important. And I can tell you, this is not something that I anticipated, but it's something that is essentially the complete core of Hive. And so one of the biggest things that we've discovered is, retention's tricky. And of course for us, Hive is not a huge blockchain. And the people that we have that are very active, you know them because they have human readable addresses. You don't go to ETH and be like, oh, there's OX929EX again. Look at that guy. He does another transaction. But on Hive, you're like, oh, there's Krim. Oh, she bought more cards. Oh, she's transferring. Oh, you get to see people. You recognize where they post. You treat them as human. They have an identity in your mind. And so retention, yes, we have sort of the natural rise and decline depending on what's happening in the market. But also, if somebody that you specifically know kind of goes missing, you recognize it, you feel it. And so that's tricky for us because often internally we feel about retention a little bit more strongly. Not saying it's not important, but if you kind of step back, we're not as far off a traditional sort of market retention as other things. But for us, it's very, very noticeable. And yes, there are some situations that, we're probably going to have to work with on a human scale. But so coming back to the idea of, okay, how can I improve my DApp marketing with some of the things that we're finding from these events? People are starting to truly understand identity, and they're getting really, really frustrated. They're incredibly frustrated when they're forced to follow rules they don't like. They're incredibly frustrated when things are taken away from them. And so those are two things that Hive has literally, the protocol has been designed to stop, from happening to you. And the idea of if you do have assets for a game or posts that you've created, no one can take them from you. And that, back in the day, that really wasn't a great sell. Everything before was, yep, let's earn some coins. Mentalities have shifted. And especially in North America and the political climate and where everybody is so divided and there's a lot of ongoing regulation and uncertainty, people are it's really starting to resonate where I can build a community, even if it's only 5 or 6 of us, 300 of us, 3,000 of us. I can build a community where I know that my friends can't be taken away from me, where I know that I can communicate and, build a front end and just pull them in and interact with them and then do other stuff with them as well. The idea of a wallet address or a username that they can have their own and that they decide what is attached to it, that's huge. People are starting to get really frustrated with, you have to hold up your picture and take a selfie to start using a new social platform. Or, again, the frickin' orb. This is a thing that frustrates me, the orb. People selling their biometric eyeball scan data for $50 of cryptocurrency. Like, Christ almighty. So for me, when we start talking about this and what can you take forward is, what benefits does your DApp inherently offer because of Hive's tech stack? And depending on what your focus is, might change a little bit. But the biggest one is, anything that you build on my DApp, even if I leave tomorrow and the site shuts down, is still yours and you can take it anywhere else. And anything you earn, any assets, time, money, friends that you have here, they're yours. And all of a sudden people start getting that. They really do. And it's such a paradigm shift from where we started 7 years ago. Now all of a sudden this matters. And part of that is governments and regulators are doing this work for us. People are getting really freaking frustrated of being pushed around and of having big centralized bodies that don't listen to them at all. And they feel like they have no control and no agency. And any way that you, as a project, a DApp, a community leader, can return some of that to them is very attractive. They're so sick of having these things stripped away from them, especially when it should be something as stupid as, I just want to go on Twitter and post a picture of my cat. Oh, it's not Twitter anymore.
No, if
Christ. Yeah. Whatever. You know what I mean? And having that taken away is so, so frustrating. So that's a place where when you talk to someone, they get it. You don't have to sell them anything else. They understand that because they just want to be treated like a human.
Yeah, thank you so much. I really appreciate that.
And these are the points we used as well in the Web3 Berlin,
yeah,
where we showed up as a sponsor and nearly every other exhibitor was able to talk us, came back with, I didn't know,
yeah,
is it cool, could I build my stuff on this? So there is so much to do, and we have to stand there with really way more powerful words as we have something which is a hidden gem.
Yeah, absolutely. People need to learn about what's available to them.
Yep.
It's free, it's here, it's waiting. Got to take it out to the rest of the world now.
Rock and roll.
Yeah.
So come help out.
Yeah.
Good. Thank you very much. See you around.
Yeah, I got to go interview myself now.
Interview yourself.
Yeah.
Bye.
Back to the live stream. Thanks, guys.
We are still more or less fair on time, which is quite nice. And we will have Sophia on stage soon. Please grab a microphone or a headset over there. They will, if you like to have a headset, ask the audio if you're fine with the microphone as well. And launching Clean Girl, is there a slide already set on? You have slides?
Yes, there should be slides.
Let's wait for the slides. But as well here, I need your special applause for someone who had birthday at the first day of our HiveFest. So, yeah?
Thank you.
We
Perfect
might
timing.
sing later on together again. I better be off this while singing is not the things I do well. I squeezed out another secret activity out of Sofia, which is alpine skiing. Yeah, so this is something you do quite a lot.
In the winter time, we live really close to Whistler Mountain, so we're up there every season as much as we can.
Okay.
Yeah.
All legs are still in function, or
So far,
broken?
so good. I have really good disability insurance just in case. So.
Okay, there we have some slides.
Yes.
Here's your stage. Have fun.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you so much for the introduction. I'm so happy to be here. HiveFest, it's not like any other presentation or conference that I ever go to because we really feel like a family. We have, you know, like a shared goal and a purpose with what we do, and I think that's incredibly special. So I hope everyone was here yesterday when Grampo spoke about the concept of social shopping using the Hive blockchain. This is very new. We all know that e-commerce is probably one of the most lucrative industries online, and so I think it's huge that we can step into that realm using blockchain and decentralized technology. So the purpose of today's talk is I'm just going to be talking about my personal experience of launching a site and to show you guys that it is so simple. You can choose any theme that, you know, sits with you, that you have some expertise in, and go ahead and create your social shop. Oh, right. There we go. Okay, so just to kind of talk about what is the clean girl aesthetic, it's basically a modern approach to simplicity and elegance, and it covers a lot of bases, which is why I chose this topic. And the purpose of the website is just to, you know, give you some inspiration so you can replicate the aesthetic within your own life. Okay, so when we were launching the shop, we thought that we would have, you know, like a few categories and a few hundred items, but as we get into it, we realize, oh my gosh, like this theme is so broad, it covers so many aspects. We already have over 200 categories and we're getting close to 3,000 items, and it's gonna continue to grow. Like, even if you open the shop, there's still some categories that have 0 things in them. So trust me, we're working on it, it's growing, and it's been a blast building it, super easy. So once you click on a product page, you'll see that the layout, these are, by the way, screenshots from the site itself. Very familiar layout to a lot of us, like when we go online shopping through Amazon or Walmart, whatever. So of course we're gonna have, you know, the product title, gallery, ratings, price, options such as various sizes and colors, whatever. Detailed description, and when you scroll down, you'll be able to find a list of similar items, much like a lot of stores offer. But in addition to that, we have user reviews, which are actually posts on Hive directly. So, of course, it wouldn't be Hive without a thriving community. You can simply use #CleanGirl, and your personal post will be on our inspiration page automatically. So anyone who shops on the site will be able to see your content, another great way to get it out. So now I want to talk to you guys about like the behind the scenes of how we actually went about building it. So thanks to Wavio technology, we are able to do all of our kind of like behind the scenes on there. All you have to do, or all I did, was create a public object on Hive. So the name of my object is Clean Girl Aesthetics, pretty simple. And then I proceeded to make categories. So I have Shop Inspiration Community as my headers, and then subcategories within each one of those. Now, all I did is I linked the public object, so the Clean Girl Aesthetic public object that I created on Wavio as my base object for my website. Automatically, all the work that I was doing on Wavio is now transferred onto my site. So you can see under shop, we have makeup, skincare, hair, fragrances, fashion, etc. That's all directly reflected on there. Now, the benefit of this as well is I could have a team of people that I trust to work on the website as well. So it's not like just you, and it allows for the process to go smoother. In addition, we've optimized it for the mobile. So we find that a lot of modern day mobile apps that have excellent retention, they focus a lot on videos and images and, you know, bringing forth something more vibrant, because that really does captivate your eye, your attention. And within beauty, oh my gosh, there is just so much content out there that is waiting to be repurposed. Like TikTok and YouTube, a lot of authors clearly state that they want and encourage for their stuff to be shared on other platforms. So literally all you can do for a post like this is you take a link from TikTok and you go ahead and post it under the item that they're reviewing or talking about, whatever, and you have a Hive post right there, and you can, you know, earn from that. And it's great because when people come to the website and they're speculating whether or not they want to proceed in buying a certain item, they can see the reviews and they can be like, oh, this is actually what it looks like, and, you know, connect with people that way. All right, so let's talk about how you can make money on social shopping. Grampo did mention some of like the higher levels in which you can make money, just like from a Hive perspective. But one of the things here is simply affiliate shopping, right? So all you do is you go onto Amazon or Walmart, whatever, and you go ahead and get your own personal affiliate shopping codes. In my case, I'm just doing Canada and the United States, so .com. But please make sure, based on where you are located geographically, that you get the right affiliate code. And you enter it once. So you go into Tools, Affiliate Codes, boom, boom, enter your codes, that's it. Now, all of those 3,000 plus items, whatever, that I've added, are gonna have the affiliate code automatically embedded within their links. That's all you have to do. So now I just want to give you guys some of my personal tips in building the site so that it can be as easy as possible. You know, when you have over 200 categories and thousands of items, you're going to need a little bit of structure, and you might need a little bit of help just to make sure that everything is smooth, right? So of course we use ChatGPT as one of our tools. I'm sure everyone here is very well familiar with it. So you can ask some broad questions like, you know, suggest categories and subcategories for a Clean Girl Aesthetic online shop, and it proceeds to lay it out, and it's quite standard. You can ask to make it shorter or more detailed, whatever. So now you have a list of your categories with subcategories. You can proceed to ask a more detailed question like, please create a list of 20, 30, 40 items of, say, cleansers that are high quality brands, but that also fit into the Clean Girl aesthetic based on user reviews. And it can actually list the exact name of the brand as well as the specific item that has the most reviews, that is, often used the most. And again, remember, this is just a tool, so ultimately you're going to use your own knowledge and what you want your site to look like, but I think this was really helpful. So now that you have a list of items that you wish to see on your site, the first thing you're going to do is you're actually just going to go onto Wavy or onto Hive, and you're going to see if that item is already there, because chances are it might be. But if it's not, just go ahead and open Amazon, like you always do. Go ahead and add the Wavio Chrome extension. Make sure you have the latest version, by the way, because this enables you to simply click Upload to Wavio, and with one click of a button, all of the information regarding this product, from its title, description, price, ratings, all of that is going to be downloaded onto Wavio. And that's it. And the cool thing is we've recently also, besides Amazon, we have gotten Walmart, Target, Sephora, and we're probably going to add some more as well. So it's never been easier. Trust me, I was there when we had to manually enter everything. So God bless this extension. So now that it's been uploaded, this is what it's going to look like. Again, this is a screenshot directly of the exact same item that you guys are just seeing there. So in this case, it's a blush. So go ahead and add that item into your blush subcategory, right? And as you scroll down, again, this is what the user reviews are going to look like. So one thing I find with Hive is people get so excited about the idea of blogging and earning and connecting with people, but they just don't know where to start, especially if like blogging isn't something that you typically do or something that you're familiar with. So here, it's like you can talk about makeup, skincare, stuff that you probably already have at home in your drawer that you can give an honest opinion about and talk about it. And you can even repurpose other people's videos. Like if you don't want your face out there, that's fine. You don't have to. Just use the hashtag clean girl, and when you post here, it'll actually be all automatically embedded for you, so you don't have to think about it that much. And it's just a great way for people to chat with one another and to have a beautiful visual. So now that we have created our categories, subcategories, we added our items, we have to also think about the visual appeal of the site. So you don't want your categories to just be kind of like empty space. So we had to create some images for it, right? And we actually went ahead and we spent some money and we went onto all the different stock picture accounts and we're looking for these perfect pictures. But the thing is you always have something in your head of what you want it to look like, but the stock images rarely fit that, And so it's a hassle. And even if you do find something that you like, to have all 200 categories be within the same sort of theme or aesthetic is just impossible. So we turned to AI and we use Midjourney. Again, something I'm sure a lot of you guys are quite familiar with. My tip to you, when you're giving direction to Midjourney, make sure you understand the theme that you're going to have, and please have a list of keywords. So in my case, I would use things like realistic, close-up, model, modern, clean on white marble background. Make sure you mention what kind of background you want. Otherwise, they're going to throw all kinds of colors and cool things in the back. So just white marble has been pretty good. It's been consistent for me. And another tip, once you've given your direction, if say there is an image that you found on Pinterest or on Google that you're like, okay, I kind of want it to look like this, go ahead and take that link and just copy and paste it at the end. Midjourney does a really good job of drawing inspiration from that and creating completely authentic images. So these images are completely my own. I have rights to them, whatever. Nobody's going to come after me. And so, yeah, that's been a really seamless process. And that's it, guys. It's that easy. Once you create your categories, subcategories, you add your items, and you go ahead and put some images up, this is your site. And I personally think it's a very seamless, very simple, very beautiful process. And it's really easy for people to use because it is just so similar to our everyday shopping anyways. But now I have a little bit of a surprise for you guys. All of the work that I did, all of the images, the categories, the items that I added to this, within the next 3 minutes or so, I'm going to give it all to you. I'm going to show you how you can create a copy of the site and have complete authority and rights to it. So the first thing you're going to do is go ahead and create your own name. In this example, I just went ahead with cleanlook.social.gifs. Create your own personal logo, your own banner. Go ahead, open Wavio, Tools. Create, and under website template, select social.gifs. That's how you know it's a social shopping site, right? Enter your name, so Clean Look. This one's kind of fun. You can actually choose your own website colors, so you can customize it entirely to what you want. Add your logo. Now here's the important part, pay attention. Remember at the beginning how I said I created my own base public object on Wavio? So it's public because it's open to you. Under base object, go ahead and link Clean Girl Aesthetic. Don't forget your own affiliate codes that you're going to generate. And boom, that's yours. the entire website. You have complete authority over it. This is the beauty of decentralization. And you can do it right now on your phone. So you're probably wondering, okay, well, why would I want to do that? You know, like I spend all this time and energy creating this beautiful site and the images. Well, when we talk about, you know, Web 2.0 in the traditional world, everyone has their own websites. They operate as a lonely island because they have their own database of users, their own images, their own products and services, and honestly, they just stick copyright all over it. And it just makes life so difficult for all of these little shops that you'll never be able to compete, right? Like Amazon, Walmart, all those places are just gonna keep growing and you're just gonna keep battling each other down here. What's the point? In Web 3, we can now participate in our own shared success. So let me explain that a little bit further. So let's say you create a copy of my site, but you're able to bring on more users to it. You're not just bringing on more users onto your site, you're bringing on more Hive users, right? That people that are actually interested in these things like makeup, skincare, fashion, which is honestly a huge demographic within the globe. And they're gonna start talking about it. They're gonna start posting reviews. They're gonna connect with one another. And guess what? If they write a review on your website, because that item is in my site as well, I'm gonna get that review too, and my users are gonna have someone else to connect with and to chat with, right? Afterwards, we can talk about a product knowledge base. Like I said, some of my categories have 0 on it because I just haven't had the time to add all those items and shops, right? So if you create a copy and you go ahead and add some of your own categories, some of your own items based on your knowledge, that could transfer onto my site if I wanted to. And hey, you just made my life easier, right? Afterwards, we can talk about, you know, topical content. So you can bring on Hive users that are excited and they want to say, oh, I'm going to share my personal makeup tutorial or hair tutorial or fashion advice or whatever. Well, hey, that content is going to be transferred onto my site too. And in addition, I mentioned, you know, you can build connection, but here's a really interesting one too. So oftentimes, suppliers are quite excited and open to paying a good amount of money for product placement. So I can make a deal, you know, with a supplier to offer $5 to $10 for a post on Hive that features their product, a few images, so an honest, you know, experience of using the product, and they're gonna go ahead and pay that user. So if I have that sponsorship on, say, like a certain brand or a certain item, your site is gonna have access to it too. And that not only benefits your users, it benefits me because the more I could sell the product placement and the more that people claim it, well, the better it is and my chances are gonna go up of getting more and more of those deals, right? And I'm gonna collect passive income from that. And same thing, like if your site goes ahead and gets another sponsorship with another supplier, my users can connect and utilize that too. And it just becomes like an incredible way to earn money. Like we go onto Amazon and Sephora and a lot of people post beautiful reviews and they actually put an effort into it, right? Because they care and they want to talk about it, but they're not even earning anything from it. Literally, they're not getting anything from it except for maybe some connection. So here it's like we're opening you up. Not only are you going to earn as a Hive user, but you might actually get sponsored. And it's incredibly transparent. So we can also talk about best practices. You know, Krim was up here talking about marketing, and it becomes so overwhelming when there's just so many different projects and so many different things going on Hive. How the heck do you market it? So if you create a copy of the site and you're successful in bringing on users and you get incredible engagement, well, we can connect and we can talk about marketing strategies together. We can learn from each other because we share success, right? But just to be clear, you know, you have your own affiliate code. So if you bring on people onto your site and they, you know, check out and purchase an item, the 5 to 7% commission is going to be yours. But still, you brought on a user onto Hive. Do you understand how it all kind of comes together? So that's why I think social shopping is incredibly revolutionary. It brings on people onto Hive without even knowing that they're on a blockchain. They just think that they're shopping, right? Looking at reviews, having fun with the community. But one thing that they're going to notice where it says user reviews is they'll see a $sign. what's that about? How come there's 5, 7, 13 bucks here, and how do I participate in that? So I think that's a really fun, just natural, modern way to onboard people onto Hive and just create community. So yeah, thank you so much for paying attention. I hope you enjoyed. If you have any questions, please.
Hello, Brian of London here with a real question.
All right.
Not self-promotion. I copped a lot of flack. What about, maybe this is a question for Wavio specifically, but these are all affiliates to other people's shopping sites. When can you actually do the selling yourself? Is that something that's going to be in Wavio too?
Yeah, so I have my own methods of marketing. Like, for example, we use like Google AdSense, just word of mouth. I even can post about it on mainstream media. So if my marketing endeavors are successful and people land on Clean Girl social gifts and they check out and they purchase some items and stuff like that, then I'm going to collect that passive income. But if you're going to create your own replica of a site and your marketing is just better and you're bringing on people onto your site, you're going to get the affiliate earnings.
I'm talking about actually being a seller, like an Etsy seller, but do your own fulfillment and so on and just take money.
Oh, you mean like actually having your own shop?
Yes.
Yeah, so that's more of a technical question to Grampo, but it is possible. The reason why we focus on affiliate is because if you're your own supplier, you're kind of limited, right? Like you're not going to be able to have 3,000 items from like the top rated brands. So you're really going to be selling yourself. Here I'm just talking about brands that already have a really strong presence and existence.
You're doing a curation job, which is fantastic.
Yeah.
And it's great that you can get rewarded for that. I like that model very much.
On the inspiration page, this may be a question for either of you.
Okay.
You spoke about having those inspiration posts identified automatically via a hashtag.
Yes.
How do you handle moderation of spam, shit posting, cancer, those kinds of things?
Yeah, that's a great question. So as the owner of my site, if there's something that just goes ahead and posts hashtag clean girl, but it really doesn't fit the theme, then I can just simply remove that post and it just won't show up on my inspiration page. So ultimately I have total control, much like if somebody were to make a copy of the site, but then they would just, I don't know, add like random stuff to it, like fishing gear. I can moderate that too, right? Like I am the owner of my site and I get the final say. Yeah.
So that's after the fact. Is there a mode where you could only allow moderated content in, like with a moderation interface or something like that? Just to make sure that everything that's being posted is on brand and you never have one of those whoopsies, somebody posted something and I was asleep.
Right, I see what you're saying. To be honest, right now the engagement hasn't been like in the hundreds and thousands and stuff, so it's pretty easy for me to moderate it, but in terms of preventing that even in the first place, if somebody creates odd content, there's always a blacklist. If there's just like a person messing around, you can blacklist that person and their content's never going to show up on your website. They can keep living their life and posting whatever they want, but it's not going to be on your site. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
I'll ask a question because I got a microphone. Kind of curious, you've done it. I'm not sure quite how long you've had it active. I'm just sort of curious how the results have been. Have you had random people clicking in? Have you made sales outside? Have somebody found it and onboarded because wow, this is cool? Just sort of curious how it's gone so far.
We've played around with some marketing and there's been some positive effect to that matter. I'm excited to see what other people are going to be doing with their sites too, just to kind of learn from one another because I think we can improve. One thing that we're thinking about is if you go onto Fiverr, they have a lot of influencers that create video content already, and you can literally just pay them to create a cute TikTok video or whatever, and they will post it onto their own Instagram account, TikTok account, YouTube account, whatever, because honestly, that's probably the best way to reach out to people that are not within the Hive space. But whenever I have reached out to people that are already posting on makeup, hair, whatever, that are on Hive right now, and because I can comment onto their post and I can do the hashtag clean girl, their post will show up because I really like their content and I think it's beautiful. Every single time the author responds to me, every single time they're like, hey, this is amazing, what a beautiful site. I had no idea this was part of Hive, oh my gosh. Like, the people on Hive are incredibly receptive to that. So I think you have to kind of focus in-house and out-of-house marketing, yeah. But we have people building sites, like we have a camping checklist, we have a coffee site, we have people talking about organics, so like alternatives to things that have a lot of chemicals in them, like how can we make our life cleaner. So there's just so many themes out there, and we're all constantly talking to one another and learning from one another. So this is the starting point. Yeah.
Actually a real cool project, and it gives me many ideas what else we could sell.
Like beer.
Well, maybe this might be a good idea, actually. I even didn't thought in that direction, but it's a good idea.
Yeah.
We should work on this. How much time does anyone need to set up a shop like this?
Honestly, it's gotten so easy when you have a Wavio Chrome extension that uploads all of the information for you. It's like it barely takes any time. It's just up to you. My site happens to be incredibly broad, like from makeup, skincare, hair, body care, fragrance, fashion. Are you kidding me? Like each one of those categories in and of themselves can be a completely full, beautiful site. I just really put in a lot. And part of the reason why I'm doing that is I want to make it easy for other people to create sites as well, so that those items are already there. If, say, you want to make a website just on fragrance, chances are a lot of the great perfumes I've already added there for you. So that's why mine is taking a little bit longer. But if you have a more kind of like specific niche on your website, it wouldn't take as long. Yeah.
To market the whole thing, just thinking out loud, I like to start a shop, I get it set up, this is one part, then I have to make it loud.
Yeah.
So you spend some money in Google Ads or other things?
Yeah, I mean, if you want to talk about marketing, that could be a whole other presentation in of itself. You just got to play around with it, with what works, what doesn't work. If you want to talk a little bit more specifics, maybe just talk to us afterwards and we can delve into that a little bit more. But there's so many ways to reach out to people. But I say start in-house. Go ahead and pick a theme that you know is already thriving. Like, I knew beauty was already a thing on Hive, right? So it was easy for me to connect to people and talk to them and stuff. But yeah, marketing is, I'm not a marketing expert. I'm learning.
But anyway, you did a great project. What I really love is with this Wavio shop thing, you turn it a little bit into another direction, but kick Hive into it and generate more users, generate users who might even don't know that they are on a blockchain.
Yeah.
And this is something which helps us to adapt to the mass market. Whenever they see I have $10 in my account for whatever reason.
Like, where'd it come from, right? Yeah.
Exactly, yeah. So thank you very much. A big applause, please.
Thank you.
Which brings us, and it's unbelievable, 5 minutes or even some more minutes before time, to the next session, where we have again a panel, and I still think there will be some magic happened and some chairs will appear on stage. Because there is a fireside chat for the SPK network, and as I'm not so deep in that topic, I will hand over the moderation to our beloved Starkas, who is already carrying his share probably on stage. No, he moved it to someone else. Anyway, so grab yourself a drink, a coffee or whatever, and see the next hour of discussion around the SPK network. There are many, many new things happened, and some people are already sleeping on stage. You need a head. There will be some hidden voices later on, hopefully no snoring. Um, and microphones are showing up, so as I said, we're a little bit before the normal start of this session, and there might be another nice background picture soon. So I like to bring on stage, wait a second, where is my document? Dan, you are driving all these things quite a lot, and you might introduce as well the other people with some more words as I had already for them. The hidden fun fact from everyone is already known. I don't want to repeat it again and again. So yeah, the stage is yours, and the SPK network fireside chat.
All right, we have the team to our right. We have Mr. Disregard Fiat. You come on. He's handling a lot of the token side smart contracts for the Speak Network.
Can you get a fire as well?
We also have Voltec.
A fire.
He's been the lead engineer for a while. IPFS, node systems,
and then switch.
all that good stuff.
It's okay.
And then we have Mr. Nathanson, who really came in like a bull in a china shop and got proof of access across, which is an intricate cog in the Speak Network. And of course, we have Mr. Matt. You know him as Starkers. And him and I have co-founded 3Speak and really been working on the Speak Network now for, what, 4 years now? 3 years?
3Speak for 4 years and Speak Network for 2.5.
All right. Everybody got their...
You want to see it? Yeah. Agua.
I have one.
Are we missing someone? This is it? Okay. I'll move down a little bit then.
Yeah, move down.
The extra chair. Hey all. How's it going? Enjoying the show so far? Yeah. Everyone's like, yes. Well, we've got no real agenda planned for this part of the fest, but we're just going to have hopefully a casual chat about what's happened, what's happening, and what's going to happen on Speak Network. And really, I want to give the stage to these three really talented devs here. We're really lucky to have them, and their work is showcased by some of the amazing work that's being done on Speak Network. So Dan and I will chat a little bit, and we'll try and bring these guys in and get their takes on what's been done and what's happening. So, I mean, for me, I'd like to give a round of applause to these guys, just because they're really talented guys. So does anyone have a specific thing they want to start on, or should we start on how this all started?
Yeah, start from the beginning.
Yeah, sure.
Start from the beginning. So I guess 4 years ago, we were sick of censorship and we started building 3Speak, which is a whirlwind of a story on its own, and we won't touch too much on 3Speak here, but 3Speak is a video app that is now pretty much starting to decentralize. As far as I can tell, it's the only decentralized video app in the world because of some of the work that these guys have done on Speak Network. And then Dan kind of popped up and he was like, this looks really interesting, can I get involved? And we just kind of clicked straight away, and we just, within 2 weeks, we were on board together, and that kind of carried on. And we both saw eye to eye on a lot, I think, right, Dan? I mean, in terms of building ourselves out of the video infrastructure operation.
Yeah, we had a clear mission from day one, just about getting to the final product.
For sure. And so we were always focused on how to build ourselves out, but it was kind of impossible. And the team that we had around us at the time were more focused on building a centralized video platform. And over time, it's very obvious that when you're running video infrastructure, it's heavy, it's hardcore. You've got three main elements. There's content delivery, so you've got to deliver the content to the viewers, and that's a server on its own. Then there's content storage. You've got to store the content somewhere. And then there's encoding. So you've got to encode the content before it goes into the system to make sure you've got a standardized set of video formats to deliver to the users. Well, those are three hardcore pieces of infrastructure that need to be operated, and they're three central points of failure that you guys, as the community using this software, rely on us to keep up and running. It also puts a lot of pressure on us as a video app that's trying to run a censorship-resistant system, right? So we've always been thinking of ways and looking at ways to get rid of ourselves from the operation of that and let the community run it on our behalf or voluntarily on, for us. So COVID happened, and Dan was like, come stay at my place. Mexico's okay. And they were locking us down in the UK, and so I said, okay, I'll come over to Mexico. And it was the first time we met, and we spent a month together. I was living at Dan's place for a month, and we were just like, like you are at HiveFest when you first come and you meet a new Hivean and you haven't spoken about Hive for ages, and you're like, blah, 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 blah. We basically did that for a month straight. And we started talking about how do we get out of, how do we build something where we can get out of the system. And we did a lot of research into existing systems and what's already out there. And it's really interesting because I feel like Dan, in my opinion, is a certain level of genius, right? He might not say it himself, but he's got his way of explaining things. He gets into the weeds on things. And then I'm like a bit more rigid and structured. And so we did this together, and we kind of birthed this idea of incentivizing infrastructure using Hive and building this incentivization system. We did a lot of research on it. We wrote a paper. It was like a year's worth of work in a month, it felt like. And then we kind of birthed the idea of this Speak network. Not that we're the technical people to build it, but we built the principles around what it was in that month. And there we are. I guess that's the story up to that part of you.
Yeah, basically, I'd throw up a bunch of stuff and he'd structure it, make it make sense, and then we'd run it by a developer. Because we're not developers at all. We sort of said, okay, this is the end goal, this is what we need. And it's taken me a very long time to understand the Hive tech stack, how this stuff works. And I'm not claiming to even be an expert in it. But through the obsession, you start to learn how these things work. You need a transaction layer that isn't prohibited by fees. You need a place to store long-form text. Once you get to the point where you need to store bigger things than text, like video, data of various kinds, you need to incentivize it. It needs to go off-chain. You can't store these things on-chain. So you start to look at what a blockchain really is, and it's just a record of truth of immutable transactions that you can store data on, text-based data, and reference that off-chain. So all these things started to click. Because we weren't VC funded, we're like, okay, how do we make this thing scale? How do we do it in the most efficient way possible? I'm not saying it's the only way, but these things sort of connect like blocks, and there's sort of ways you have to do them. And it's like, okay, well, we need to incentivize, because we've technically been the most decentralized video site for years and years because it's on IPFS. You can download the videos, you can run your own node. But very few people did because there were not incentives. The moment we added incentives, you get over 60 nodes worldwide. We had over 5 to 6 terabytes of data, decentralized data, from people storing on their excess hard drives. And you see what just a little bit of incentives, you add social status, you add the ability to build communities on top of this where the communities can incentivize their infrastructure. And these are things you have to think about. You can't just say, oh, we want decentralized off-chain storage, just like, as you said, CDN, storage, encoding. You have to think of every single pillar, and you can't just say, oh, well, we'll rely on AWS for that. It's like, no, we need to build this tech stack where we, from the ground up, can control every ounce of it, and then from there you can actually build a proper community. So, and that's, of course, where we need some help from some wizards, some magic coders that are sitting to my left.
And I remember when you first approached me on this, and you described it as a backup system. And it's like, all right, well, I want to back up all the 3Speak videos, and then we start talking and talking and talking, and then it turns into this whole thing.
It grew arms and legs for sure.
Yeah, for sure.
But this is what was really cool about this. We kind of stumbled, because finding good devs is almost impossible, you know? And like these guys have kind of stumbled into the project by accident in some way. And it's just been really a pleasure to like see this kind of unfold without us really, it's almost serendipitous the way like Vultec came in first and he's already into the video side of building things and he's interested in this, and then we get talking and it becomes like, Vultec's like, yeah, I want to build this. And do you remember that period at all and what happened?
Well, I just remember like 4-hour-long meetings us
Yeah.
talking about the whole thing, and
we've talked about this a lot.
Yeah, and then I think we started building the desktop app was the first thing that we worked on as kind of the proof of concept, and integrating that with was centralized site at the time, and then doing all of that integration work, and then we were testing the desktop app for a little while, and then around I think it was early 2021 we actually released it or so, or at least made it public, and then shortly after that the proposal and all of the other things that we did to actually launch it.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of a testament to the way we think. I think the desktop app is built because it runs locally on your computer, so it can run independently of 3Speak. And if we disappear or we get shut down, the desktop app is still a window into the blockchain, and we can't affect that. Once it's on your desktop, it's called the desktop app. It's there, and it's a window into the blockchain, and it's yours. You know, it's like running a Google Chrome browser, except it's for videos, and it's pulling videos from the chain to your front end, independently of us. Which means basically, if our web app, the URL-based web app, if that gets shut down, you'll still be able to use the desktop app, right? And that was of critical importance to us to get up and running straight away, so that this thing lives on, even if we all disappear for whatever reason, you know. And so Vultec really focused on building that initially, and that kind of drew the line in the sand. And because once you have these things out there, you're also protecting yourself a lot, I feel, because if we're still running centralized infrastructure, the team becomes targets in some ways to, you know, whatever it is that the system wants to bring. But once you build yourself out of things, you kind of lower the value on your head in some ways. And so that desktop app really, really, really did that for us, I think. So what was next after that? Proposal. I mean, the proposal, we worked on the proposal for about 9 months. It was a long process. I mean, I don't know if you guys want to talk about this. I know you two weren't involved at the time, but Vultec and Dan were.
Well, I just think it's really cool, because people will ask, well, how do you create a decentralized system? I was like, well, you don't. You create a tech stack that is efficient, that can promote censorship resistance, and then you hope volunteers show up. Anybody saying I can create censorship resistance, it's an oxymoron. So we look to censorship resistance that's out there on Hive, and we say, well, let's just do a pure drop, no pre-mine, no keeping tokens for ourselves, nothing like that. We want this to be Hive, an extension of Hive. And you really see the power of that, because instead of trying to create fire from scratch, you can easily throw another log on an already existing fire, and Hive is the existing fire, so we can easily spread. And we saw that the effort, the ease of starting a new network and creating the censorship resistance, when you have the synergy, when you have all the common goals, and people say, yes, this makes sense, we do need a censorship resistant way to incentivize off-chain data, that's going to be very important, we need to look to incentivize infrastructure and all this stuff. So the community was on the same page. We didn't need to sell our souls for VC funding. We did a lot of stuff, you know, not getting paid, but the critical part was to prove that, hey, if you provide value to a community, there is a way to raise funds without a VC to create radical new technology that applies freedom. It promotes freedom instead of the opposite of what VCs do. So it's a magical story to me to see that. And I'm not saying it is a success yet. I consider that we've come a long way. There's still more to go, but you can see it coming to life. You can see people running the infrastructure, how it's going to work, how it's going to get more efficient. So it's just really amazing to me that you can come here and build freedom tools and not have to sell your soul. You can get community funding. You can make a name for yourself, and you can extend this protocol in the right way, the voluntary way. Because we're not doing this for money. We're doing this because we think this is a necessity. We think that this is a good for humankind. So to be able to get the community approval just makes us want to work 10x harder. And you see that when you see just so many developments on Hive, people just burning the midnight oil because they say, hey, my vote matters. I'm a part of this protocol. We're not working for some company. You know, it's not, so we're not making some VCs rich that invested in us. The community trusted us with the funds, so anything we do is giving directly back to the community. It's a different mindset, and you definitely work harder. You don't just work to cross the bar, you cross the bar and you keep moving the bar. So.
I just want to reiterate on you talking about the funding mechanism. Back in the day, like 2.5 years ago, I guess, Voltec, Dan and myself spent countless hours debating and discussing the morals and ethics behind how you fund these projects. A lot of people, they want to go out, give the tokens to themselves early on, give 10% of those to community members or VC capital, you know, give a few percent to themselves to fund their projects, and it misaligns the incentives with the community. So the community is going to basically be used as exit liquidity by these VC funds, right? Then that gives the government the moral right to regulate the ecosystem because it's an immoral act, ultimately, if you're using unsuspecting people as exit liquidity. So we were looking at Hive and the DHF, and we were just like, hold on a minute here, there's something here. We can drop a miner token to the community based on people's Hive power, which is already, we already know Hive is decentralized, so we're like, that's a benchmark. We know we're dropping tokens, we're dropping value tokens to a decentralized community that allows them then to actively participate if they wish. They can then sell their Larynx tokens, the miner tokens, or they could claim them or not claim them. The ones that don't get claimed, a portion of those go into a DAO for the future, for the network. We didn't touch any of the tokens, you know, out of principle, out of making sure it's an ownerless, decentralized service for everyone. And then those tokens can be used to mine the governance token, which everyone starts at 0. And when we realized this, we kind of clicked onto, well, what that does is it creates a truly ownerless network that everyone can participate in, that I talk about this a lot, it instills digital human rights to the users of the chain, right? And it is the very definition of not a security, because people have to earn their tokens. They don't get them. They're not ordained them from the start. So that's a nice thing to say, but then it's like, well, how do you get the funding, you know? You can't just magic the funding out of thin air. Well, kind of, I guess. But so that's when we started working, well, how can we make a proposal for Hive? This service of the Speak Network is for everyone. It's for the community. We do not benefit any more than anyone else does, right? There's people on Speak Network that have got way more tokens than me. They've never worked on it, right? And I think that's the same for most of us. The whole point is that because it's a decentralized service, because it's a service that everyone we think on Hive needs, so that we can incentivize infrastructure operation and help all the apps on Hive, as a bare minimum, integrate video technology, but integrate all sorts of other types of services, which, I mean, these guys are building some amazing future potential stuff. Then it's a service for the entire community, which justifies, in our opinion, a DHF fund, a Hive DAO fund. So we worked a lot with the community. We spoke to a lot of stakeholders. We spoke to a lot of people and asked them, have your input early on, input to the process early on, so that you can get this built in the way that you want it built. And we tried to incorporate that as much as possible. And when the proposal went out, we got funded. And so, I mean, that in itself, I think, deserves a round of applause. Why? Because it's a precedent. It's a precedent in the industry. You don't need to use... If you're building a layer that is going to instill human rights to everybody, and it's, you know, treating everyone equal, then you don't need an ICO to fund that layer. This Speak Network proves that model. You can provide value to a decentralized community and a decentralized DAO, and as long as you're providing value that they like, they'll return the value back, value for value, with funding. And then you can drop tokens, and you don't need to give yourself tokens. So we kind of spent a long time figuring that out, and I'm really proud that we managed to do that. I think it's really, really cool.
And I think it's important to realize that the Speak Network is just a philosophy in terms of how do you scale a blockchain, how do you make it work in practice. We all know that everything can't go on chain. One of the biggest critiques that people have is, oh, how do you build social media whenever, how are you going to handle the scaling? So it's evident that off-chain storage is key. IPFS is the front runner. Voltec himself has helped, really upgrade the entire protocol. And we believe that the majority of data is going to go off-chain, and we are of the philosophy that it must be incentivized. If you don't incentivize it, you don't have censorship resistance. So it just so happens that Hive is really the perfect machine for this. You store text on it, you can reference it, you can now prove who is storing, because that's the key thing, proof of access, to be able to prove who is storing it off-chain and be able to reward them. And it has to be frictionless. It can't cost a lot of money. So Hive is literally the perfect mechanism. You couldn't really do it another way. You have to have the fast feeless transfers, and you also have to have the long-form immutable text storage for reference. From there, you can create powerful tools to now incentivize anything you can think of. It went from video, but now it can be smart contracts. It can be large-form data, images, you name it, computational. What we're going to do with Ragnarok, you're going to hear a lot of things that are being built with this philosophy where it's like, hey, how do I decentralize my infrastructure? How do I make it to where if I walk away, they're not relying on my servers, my data? Because I can't store everything on the blockchain. So that means it needs to be stored somewhere. That means I have to store it or convince other people to store it. And the only way to do that is to have a nice incentive system. So I hope really people see the philosophy, and it kind of gives Hive more of an identity of, okay, we understand it's a truth layer, something that you put very, very hardcore data on that you don't want tampered with. And then we start to have off-chain apps that are more friendly. Oh, my LOL, I say jokingly, doesn't need to echo through eternity. I can post that off-chain, and maybe I delete something. Maybe I have a drunken post. Some people are kind of scared what they put on chain. So I think the vast majority of people want censorship resistance, but they want control over their data, meaning they can delete it if they want to. So that's sort of the philosophy. I think it makes a lot of sense, and people have, resonated with that.
So I want to bring these gentlemen in. We came across disregard fiat because we had a problem with a previous partner that we were working with, and they couldn't finish the scope of work during the airdrop for the Larynx token. And we were in a really difficult situation, right? It was like, oh my gosh, we've promised that there's going to be a release date of this date. We realized we're not going to make it. And for some reason, I don't know why, maybe you can explain, but you were turning up to our meetings, and you were just kind of around. And then this crazy situation happened, and you just go, I can do that for you. We're like, whoa, savior from some serendipitous place, I don't know.
Yeah, I think Dan invited me to the meetings because I don't think you guys know what developers do, and you guys are like, oh, we have developer work to do, not understanding that we each have our own skill set. And I don't remember exactly what it was that somebody asked me to do, but I was like, I'm always on my computer, so I was just sitting in on your meetings anyway. But whatever you asked me to do was something about front end, and I was like, I've never touched that stack before. I'm sorry, I can't do that. But yeah, I was in the meeting, and you guys were like, this isn't going to work. And I was like, why don't we just keep it on Hive and make it work with the honeycomb system I have?
Yes, obviously with the honeycomb system, running our airdrop, it was amazing. I think, how long did it take you to build it? About 3-4 weeks or something?
I was mostly done with it in 2 weeks, but it took another 2 weeks to make sure everything was working right.
Yeah. I mean, absolute savior. So that was really, really cool for us. We were like, wow, how lucky. And then on the other side, Nathan Sen came up around January this year, because we were really struggling to get the final pieces of proof of access into place. Proof of access, which is the algorithm that Dan just described, where you get rewarded for storing other people's content. And we were close, but we just couldn't quite get there, and it was kind of stagnating. And Voltec is super busy on loads of things already. You were super busy on the token system, and it was just like, oh, what are we going to do? We've got to go. What are we going to do? And then again, the same thing. You turned up out of nowhere. You were already interested in what we were doing.
Yeah, so before I ever met Dan or Starkers, I had thought a lot about doing decentralized storage. It was something that I had really spent a lot of time researching and working on different things, but I never really found the right platform or blockchain to launch it on because, like they said, you need the feeless transfers, you need the governance system, and whenever I got on Hive and started really learning a lot about Hive, it's like this is the perfect platform to do something like this on. And then I seen that they were doing the airdrop for a Larinax token, so I started claiming, and then I would buy up, what was like liquid on the market when I could. And so I'm actually co-founder of dBuzz, and we were approached about integrating the Speak network into dBuzz using light accounts. So I started joining some of the 3Speak meetings and just listened to the discussions, and the idea of proof of access came up and how it should be done. And so like already having done a lot of research into this and like thinking about like ways that it could be done, I proposed a system and then built a very simple demo to demo it. And that's when Dan at Starkers asked me to come on the team and put a system in place that we could actually pay out rewards and reward people for storing videos. So we launched that in the 3Speak app, I guess a little over a month ago. And so we went from basically no one pinning the videos on 3Speak to having over, I think at the peak there was like 75 or 80 nodes that were pinning up to 100 plus videos each and paying out rewards to those. So just with a few hundred Hive per month, we already have, like I was looking last night, there was some nodes pinning over 500 videos. So, and I think right now we have like 65 nodes running that are all pinning videos. So.
Yeah, and I don't want to understate this. There's a couple of things here. The first is that the lesson that I drew from these guys coming and getting involved kind of almost spontaneously is that when you drop value to a community, to a decentralized community, you've just given yourself a bunch of stakeholders. You've given yourself a bunch of interested parties, right? Some of them might not be interested, some of them might be. But by gosh, on the Speak network, some of the node operators that we have, they're the best node operators in the world, And Dan and I aren't even devs, And we've managed to distribute a system to people where some of the top-class infrastructure operators on Hive are interested, they're vested, they want to know what's going on, they're trying their best, and often struggling and helping to fix bugs, but they're operating the infrastructure, And then you get guys like Nathan show up, he sees, oh, what's this? I've got stake here. Can I look, what is this? And then he finds out it's exactly what he needed to build, but it's not built yet. So now he's like, well, can I contribute to it? So instead of us having to scour the world for developers, find people that don't suit or don't match, people like Nathan show up. And it was really funny because everyone's got their own skill sets, And we were all racking our brains on how to do this proof of access thing. We knew what it was like, but to actually get it fixed was like a real problem. And we hadn't focused on it, and there was a lot of other things going on. Nathan shows up, 3 days. There it is, guys. We're just like, what? Where did this guy come from? And it obviously, the whole system didn't take 3 days. It took about 6 months to get rid of all the bugs and everything. But the actual principal core was 3 or 4 days, and it was just like, that's how it works, guys. And we're like, and everyone was like, oh my gosh. How didn't we see this, But that's what you need. You need lots of different smart people working on it. So just amazing. And the lesson I take from this is you've got to drop value on a fair, equal basis to decentralized communities. You just gain so much. You gain so much. And because no one's doing this, everyone's doing ICOs, it's all you get is like VCs hanging around, right? Whereas when you drop value to decentralized communities, you vest legitimate interested parties and talented developers that will voluntarily come in and start working with you. And that's one of the lessons from Speak Network, in my opinion.
Yeah, I've seen the best devs. They always want to work on something pure, something cutting edge, that is something that they say they find very interesting. And the moment you have to, have a VC chain, go out and hire their validators, it's not really a community. So we've noticed that if you drop value fairly and you're building something that is going to help the entire ecosystem, you get amazing developers that you couldn't even dream of trying to hire, but they come voluntarily and they burn the midnight oil. And so this is just a testament of how you spread censorship resistance. If you're looking to build, this isn't an app. This is a fundamental extension of the protocol that no one's really going to benefit from. There's no company. There's no one taking a cut. So it takes a group of volunteers and decentralized funding to make that work in practice. And now we've, proven the model to the most part, and now people can copy and say, hey, well, Hive could use this, and maybe there's another extension here that we can do that benefits everybody as a whole. That's the building blocks, and it's a painstaking way. We have to get there. We have to be sustainable. We have to think of all the pain points, and Speak Network covers this a little bit with the decentralized exchanges. We know we rely a lot on centralized exchanges. You really have to take a macro look, and you can't put your head in the sand. You have to see the real problems and face them head on and come up with practical ideas and say, well, if no one's going to benefit from this individually, right, but as a community, then we need to come together, find the problems, find the resources, and get them done.
Sure. So I want to get some more input from you guys. Before we go into the proof of access side, which I think is probably the most interesting part, there's a whole other side to this Speak Network that Vultec did a lot of work on. So you've got the off-chain accounts, the off-chain indexer, the union indexer. Do you want to give the audience a little bit of an understanding of what that is and the potential of what that can do in the future?
Yeah, sure. So the Union Indexer is a new and improved indexer system on top of Hive that kind of acts as a layer that just takes all of the information from the Hive APIs and turns it into something that applications can really use in production. So we have kind of this problem that if we want to display any data from Hive, we have to either fetch a lot of information and then filter through it, or we just have a lot of information that's just missing entirely. So what it does is it turns all of the data from your normal post feeds and everything like that and puts it into a normal database and feeds it through GraphQL, where an application can really create custom feeds, use different filters, and fetch whatever data is necessary. So in the case of like Dbuzz that's currently working on the integration, they've already had massive speed improvements of just using Union Indexer because they don't have to do hundreds and hundreds of API calls. You're only getting one call, you're getting a whole feed, and it has everything just aggregated for you. It also allows us to combine different feeds from other places. Since we're not just limited to the Hive APIs, we can actually pull in the off-chain data that we're working with so that you can log in with your Ethereum account and post off-chain, and now it's in the same feed as any other Hive account. And of course, you can customize that. So if you want to change how you want to filter, or the trending could be done via like comments versus Hive rewards, that's all within the actual API provided.
Have you actually posted with an Ethereum account yet?
I have one on the off-chain indexer. Yeah. So I think we also did, I think like a year or so ago, we did a public page where people could go in and post off-chain.
Yeah.
Which I think we actually got a lot of people. I've been looking through all of the different accounts and stuff, and there's been quite a lot of people who have actually tested that out, at least on the Hive side, where they log in and post. And
because it's been an interesting thing, because we've really had this technology for a long time, but the process of getting it integrated into an app, which Dbuzz has done an amazing job, and it's really cool because Dbuzz is a short form content platform, so it's an obvious fit, in my opinion, to put this in there. And I don't know how close you guys are. Is it?
Very close.
Very close. This is very close to having Ethereum accounts post to Dbuzz.
I would say we're like 95%.
Yeah. So it's going to be super cool. So this is going to give us, as a Hive community, the ability to reach out to the Ethereum community and say, hey, you guys can post. There's a front end here. It's Ethereum enabled. Yeah. As far as I'm aware, we're going to have Ethereum domain names.
That's something we need to add, but yeah, that's later.
It's possible.
Later commands. Yeah.
So I mean, this is such cool technology, because then you start to think about, well, now we can start to look at either dropping tokens to Ethereum community members or specific portions of Ethereum communities, or you can look at like, how do you reach out to these chains and bring them in? Are there any governance issues they're having on the current token setup and governance that could be solved by a different drop? And then the other side of this as well is we've built breakaway communities, which are it's a fork of Xency, and Xency has got a community section, so you can put a community front page with the Union indexer integrated, so you can have off-chain and on-chain content on these communities. You can tokenize those communities. So now Hive's going to be able to go out to all these different chains with the cross-posting capability and drop value to these chains. And I don't know exactly what it's going to look like, but as a minimum, where is he? A Nomad Soul, is he here? A Nomad Soul did a great video the other day. It was cut by Noah Miller, and it was like 30 seconds long, and he was like, Hive's going to be the place where all these other blockchains see that they can guarantee their communication capabilities. And that's what this is going to do. It's going to incentivize them to come across and post. They're going to get value just because they're part of a community, and they're going to have their own front ends that they can post to that can't be shut down, you know? And this, I think, is going to be very, very important going forward, and it's part of the key core capability of the Speak Network. And again, because of what these guys have built, the infrastructure behind that is going to be run by the community itself. There's no centralized entity running the infrastructure. They run it themselves, you know? So it's complete sovereignty for communities, basically. So,
yeah, and additionally, all the off-chain stuff is decentralized as well. It's on IPFS and using Ceramic, and I think we might be one of the only platforms out there that has an open source indexer for the Ceramic off-chain data. You look at the other solutions like Orbis; they all are closed source, you know, proprietary standards, no information about them, but yet they are kind of decentralized. So one of the only ones that actually does have an indexer with real standards that are published in that source code that show that you can run your own indexer and pin the same content that is on IPFS and index the same data that we all have posted off-chain.
And as far as I'm aware as well, this is the only way to be rewarded for storing content on IPFS. Is that correct?
Well, for the proof of access stuff, yeah. All of the stuff that's like the off-chain is kind of different, but...
he likes it.
Yeah.
So, can I bring Disregard in? Can you give a summary of what your side of this is? I know you've done a lot of work on the tokenomics of this with Honeycomb, and how Honeycomb integrates into this.
So yeah, this is running on a fork. This is running on a fork of Honeycomb, and it's a lot different than what we normally offer in terms of its features and functionality. If you look over here, you can see that there's a Speak token, a Larynx token, a Broca token, and there's this, of course, governance associated with that. There's polling and making sure that the rollups, you can actually test and verify the validation of the proof of access part of the system. So there's part of the stuff that I've mostly been working on in terms of this is like the governance model. How do we make sure that we can vote? How do we keep it inside of the state machine that is Honeycomb instead of just blowing up everything in terms of like a normal blockchain, how that would scale. So this scales much closer to how many users we have, not the length of time that the network has been operating. We had to install a new DEX, and that's almost done. But hopefully, with all of the improvements that we've made to our UI, this UI, these things will all come together that allows us to as a community, vote on the fundamentals of the ecosystem, such as like power down time, how much collateral limits we need, how many validators we have, how much of the videos we want to verify every day. These kinds of things will be part of the governance model. So this has been a lot of work to flesh out, as well as I think the hardest part of this was making sure that there was a way to opt out of something that you find objectionable or immoral as far as what kind of content you're storing. And so we had to get a whole new way to like ensure that there's a three-party transaction between somebody like a 3Speak who wants to pay to store your video, and for you to be able to upload it to a validator or somebody who's running that infrastructure, and make sure that we can prove the provenance and integrity of those files all the way through this ecosystem. So it's been a lot of work, but it's really coming together now.
Yeah, it's really cool. I'm really excited to see all that come out. What else we got? Are you going to do a presentation about proof of access separately? Do you want to touch on it here, or?
I mean, I think in my presentation I'll go over more the technical side of stuff and
Yeah.
just kind of explain it a little bit more. But if you have any questions you want to ask me now about it.
I'll be interested to know.
I want to give a huge shout out to this guy because the way that the network first started, we were going to be probably running through like 3 to 18 times the ecosystem's worth of files in bandwidth just to prove the access. And he rolls around, and now it's just negligible. Now, it doesn't even matter what we store now. It's just like, oh, it's a file, we can verify it. It's amazing.
I appreciate it.
So, can you give us your experience over the last, what is it now, 9 months of working on this?
Yeah,
Has it been a bit of a roller coaster,
it's
or?
been quite the it's been quite the project. And the thing is, and all the 3Speak meetings happen at 4 a.m. in the Philippines, so it's kind of been yeah, it's been a great. I mean, I usually work nights anyway, but I think that originally whenever I looked at it, I was like, this is gonna be super easy, and then like the requirements just like continue to roll in, and so we had to do all the synchronization with the nodes and the communications, and we tried to do it solely over using IPFS PubSub, and then we ran into the issues there, so we ended up switching and using WebSockets, which we can use PubSub or WebSockets now. We have both functionality there. But yeah, it's been quite a adventure, and I'm glad to see we got something up and running and people storing files, and just like it seemed like almost overnight, we had 60, 70 people running nodes after we announced it and put it online.
This is Hive, you can only get this on Hive. You drop a bit of value, you put it out there, and you get 60 people show up running nodes for you.
I was telling them, there's billion-dollar networks out right now that don't have 60 or 70 validators or node operators right now running. Yeah. So it is quite amazing to see the community support that we have.
To go into a little bit of detail about what Nathan's built, he's basically released a no-frills initial contract that just allows you to go into our desktop app and say, hey, store the last 2,000 videos on 3Speak, right? And I've got X amount of terabytes hopefully, but gigabytes spare on my laptop. And people all over the world are just going click, click, and it just starts downloading the last 2,000 videos. And then they randomly get pinged by the proof. And if they provide the proof back, we're funding a Hive wallet that sends them Hive. So at the moment, it's not Speak Network tokens that are being distributed, but it's a basic model that proves that this is running and people are running it. And then Disregard's portion of this is to basically allow people to take that even further, where you can customize the contracts. So instead of it just being, I'm going to pay Hive for the last 2,000 videos, it's going to be basically whatever you want. So it's like, I want to store this last 5,000 videos, or I want to store any video that comes in this time period, or I want to store any video that comes in from this platform maybe, and I want to pay this much for it. I want this many backups. We're going to base it on 3 backups. So when you pay money into the Speak Network, the community is going to back up your files. So if you disappear as an entity, your files are still backed up 2, 3, 4, 5 times, depending on how much you've been paying in, depending on how you've put together the contract that Disregard's building. So that's the next step for this now. And it's super exciting. I'm really... Would you say there's anything else to add to what I just said there?
Right, because right now we're proving out the proof of access system, and effectively it's a centralized system where 3Speak is saying, hey, we're going to prove the proof of access system, we're going to pay you to store videos. What the Speak Network is going to do is allow anybody to store anything they want, and the community will be able to, run with that. So the Speak Network is going to talk to the validators, which are running the proof of access system. So we're going to pull in basically 20 copies of what he does to make sure that everything is decentralized in the future. So it's all coming together.
And when Disregard says anyone can store anything, I mean, this isn't just individual users like you guys and us. This is platforms. We can be approaching platforms now and saying, hey, do you want to back your storage up in a decentralized community, right? Where's your storage run now? With an S3 server that can be shut down? Well, why do you want to back some stuff up? Here's a contract, you can write the contract, you can fund the contracts, and then the community can voluntarily, and maybe it's not our community, maybe it's their community, that comes and starts pinning these videos to IPFS and starts getting rewarded for them. So the key is, it's not just users, it's platforms, it's businesses, it's NFT platforms, it's image servers, photographers, podcasts, right? So there's all sorts of different people we can approach to actually, that will benefit from this, as opposed to just individual video content creators, let's say. I want to move on to where this is going, according to you guys, and you as well, Dan. Is there anything on this part that you want to comment a little bit further?
So right now we have the proof of access running, and me and Disregard are going to be working together over the coming weeks to integrate Honeycomb and the proof of access together. Like he was saying, there's going to be 20 validators that are running the proof of access, and then anyone can run a storage node. And through the Honeycomb system, the validators will be elected. And then those validators will run algorithms to determine what videos they need to prove are being stored. And then they'll run those proofs and then mark those as valid or invalid, depending on whether or not someone's storing the files that they claim they are. And then the Honeycomb system will begin rewarding them with the SBK token. And I think we're very close to having a fully functional testnet to launch.
Any thoughts for you on this section, Dan?
No, we can move to the future.
Yeah?
Yep.
I've heard different things from these guys, all three of them talking about where this is going. Sorry, did you just say something? Sorry.
Yeah, and on my end, rolling out 3Speak 2.0. So all refactored. As Matt was saying, 3Speak was made about 4 years ago, and it needs a lot of updates, both in terms of UI and all the technicals. So over the next few months, rolling out 3Speak 2.0, which is all new UX, login flow completely redone, upload, everything across, pretty much everything in the UI is going to be changed. And that'll also allow us to do new features like private content and like Patreon type things, subscriptions, and other more primary features that people will come and join 3Speak on and start using, along with probably, let me think here, more on like CDNs, since we really haven't worked a lot on the CDN technology. So really heavily pushing on building the CDN nodes and getting that out where anyone can run a CDN node, and it automatically does the indexing, it does the routing, and any kind of like lightning channel type payments where as a user, I hook up to a CDN and I start lightning some kind of channel where I'm paying 0.001 Hive for every minute watched of a video. To then reward those actual nodes for surfing that content.
Just that's reminded me. I mean, we focused a lot on the proof of access storage because it's like the most interesting part, let's say. But Vaultec he's done so much work on this. He's also built a what would we call it? A decentralized encoder node system, an encoder cluster system. So most of 3Speak's videos go through this cluster. They don't go through our own, they're not all going through our server now. They go through this cluster of people that come together to run their own encoders for us. So our encoders are already decentralized, and they operate in clusters. So the system's built in a way that works out the load of the system, whether the video's coming through is very big and heavy, and if it needs to go to the heaviest duty encoder in the cluster, or if it's a lightweight video and it can go to the lightest weight encoder in the cluster. Anyone can get involved in this. Anyone can copy what we've done and run their own encoder cluster for their own platforms. And the tech's all built, it's all open source and out there. So we've pretty much got the encoder system decentralized. The proof of access system is almost ready for release, as we just mentioned with the testnet. So like Vaultec was saying there, the next piece of the puzzle is focusing on the CDN and delivering the content. But that's kind of, based on the work that you've done on the encoders so far, it's kind of a natural next step, isn't it, for the CDN to finish?
Yeah, well, there's some more on the encoders themselves. Obviously, some main improvements to fix bugs and other issues. But the real important thing with new version of 3Speak is instant uploads. So as soon as your video is uploaded to our site, it's live. As long as that video is like an MP4 that we can actually play, you'll see your video live. So no need to wait for 20, 30 minutes, sometimes longer to encode. And we'll actually encode that video in the background and then update that data on chain once it's done. So being able to actually go in and just plop your video in there and hit upload, and once it's done on your end, then your video is posted.
Cool. I mean, that's going to be super good. I'm not sure how. Does anyone here? Has anyone uploaded to 3Speak here? You know that encoder process, baby. It's like waiting at a dentist sometimes. But this is really going to fix that, and yeah, I just can't wait. It's going to solve so many. I mean, we get so many complaints, you know, but with this, they go
Faster than YouTube.
faster than YouTube. Yeah.
Well, I'm not sure. Some people have said it's already faster than YouTube on at least upload, but we'll see.
Amazing, amazing. So let's move to the future part of this. I spoke to you a couple of weeks ago in Las Olas, and you were talking about AI development using this network.
Oh yeah. So one of the things I want to do, like he working on unit indexers and stuff like this. It would be really nice if, AI is the future apparently. Hopefully. So anyway, it would be really cool if I have a certain algorithm that, I'm responsible for. Just like anybody else who's an influencer and they were like, hey, I have a certain kind of makeup that's great. What if I have an algorithm that says like, hey, these are the greatest content or makers in the world or whatever, and you would be able to subscribe to that. And I would be able to run it on my computer whenever I'm there, but anybody else, I can always index and look at it and stuff like this. So I could have an algorithm, 3Speak can have an algorithm, the Mormon Church could have an algorithm. It doesn't really matter, but you would be able to subscribe to these different algorithms, keep them in a decentralized storage, and start to own them. So maybe I was a Mormon and I really like that algorithm, but now I'm going to switch religions, and I can just slowly change my very own personal algorithm and store it on this decentralized platform.
Mm-hmm.
So it would be, you get to own a lot more than you do now, and that's kind of what we will all want, I hope, is a world that we own.
Yeah,
So-
like even just starting with like some basic tags, like I want to have these tags today, or maybe I have some tracking thing that says I've watched all of these gaming videos today, and now it's recommending more gaming videos, and then we could see, like the user can actually see like, oh, it's recommending me this because I've looked at content with this tag. Could go a very long way in actually creating both transparency in what you're viewing in the recommendations, but then also like you're still getting stuff that you care about, and it's not just like new feed and then trending, which is all top voted stuff, not really all that relevant. And of course, you can control it ultimately.
So for the layman, this effectively means to me, I mean, we all kind of despise, love, and hate the YouTube algorithm, right? It feeds us this stuff. It's not based on necessarily what's good for us. It's based on what we are addicted to, right? There's no access to the algorithm. It's run by someone up there, and there's not much we can do about it apart from keep consuming YouTube videos like we do, as Brian of London is right now. No. So the hope is with this that what it sounds like to me, correct me if I'm wrong, you're talking about decentralizing the YouTube algorithm here and other trending feed algorithms and running them from the Speak network, and then being able to copy other people's algorithms and put them on your own nodes and run them for yourself. So you're starting to put more control into your own hands here, and it's run on a decentralized ecosystem that cannot be shut down and has no owner and no controller but you, right? And then you can share what you do to other people, and other people can copy what you've done. And so there's going to be more sovereignty in the algorithms that we consume. And then the next step would be then other apps can integrate this. ActiveFit has already started integrating. XSense has already started integrating. And what do they benefit? They don't have to do any of this work. It's all done for them, right? They just have to integrate the APIs, work with us as we mature. But it means other apps are then going to be able to allow their users that install this technology to customize their own trending algorithms and not run it from their own centralized servers. They'll be able to run it from the Speak Network servers, which are decentralized. So massive step forward in my opinion.
Yeah, I think we should touch on the Bitcoin wrapping and swapping as well.
Forgot about that. That's
Maybe
also going on.
Vaultek wants to talk about that.
Yeah. So with the Bitcoin wrapping that we're working on right now, is.
Sorry, can I just give some context here
Yeah,
for a
yeah,
second?
sure.
So Dan and I really we like to go to disaster scenarios for Hive in our minds, not in real life. But we like to go there because it's like, well, what if Hive gets delisted from all these exchanges? We are truly a decentralized ecosystem. So how do we get back on these exchanges? What's going to happen if we class this as security by the system and it deletes us, right? And it tries to, which it feels a little bit like that's happening right now. Well, one of the key things is to be able to have a decentralized bridge to get back to Bitcoin without an exchange, right? There's bridges on Hive already, they're amazing, but we genuinely feel that if this becomes successful, those bridges they will be attacked, you know? Maybe they won't be, maybe we're wrong, but we're kind of hyper doomsday scenario, right? So we've talked for a long time about building a decentralized bridge, and Vultec being Vultec has like listened to us moaning about this in the meetings or something, and he's gone, you know what, I think I can do this, and he's gone and done a ton of research. I think it started about 6 months ago you started looking into this, and you've come up with what you feel is the best way to do a decentralized bridge. So in the next near future, we will have, touch wood, I don't want to say will, we should have a decentralized bridge to Bitcoin, which Dan and I have helped put together and Vultec's done the work for. And so I'm really looking forward to that. I don't know if it's worth a round of applause, but I really think it is, personally. It really protects Hive, for sure. So how does that work then?
Well, I'm going to assume most people kind of already have an idea, so I'm not going to go too much into it. But essentially, you have wrapping providers that are collateralized. So they're collateralized on the Hive side. They hold 2 times the amount of collateral that they expect to hold in Bitcoin. And that means that they're over-collateralized. So if there is any kind of price deviation of Bitcoin that they're holding, there is still collateral there. And that collateral is used to punish them if they steal user funds and pay those users back if any of those funds are lost. So essentially, the user would deposit their Bitcoin onto these providers, which there could be many of these different providers. You could choose from whichever one you'd want, preferably the ones with the most collateral, since you don't really want to go to the ones that are already saturated, and those will be the people who will most likely withdraw. But you would send them your Bitcoin, and then they would effectively post a proof that they have received it on-chain, and then it allows that user to actually mint wrapped Bitcoin. That's 1-to-1 with the on-chain Bitcoin. And when the user wants to go ahead and withdraw that, they would send a request, and the chain, essentially the contract would say that this provider has to unwrap and send Bitcoin to that user. And if they do not, within some period of time, like 24 or 48 hours, then their collateral gets slashed in accordance to the amount of Bitcoin that they hold. So even if they steal funds, that user is still going to get the collateral, the equivalent value of what they've lost, and it ensures that no wrapping provider will want to commit fraud, and ensuring that it's also decentralized and fully trustless, largely.
And the collateral is held in multi-sig wallets, right?
Yeah, so the collateral is held on the Hive side in a multi-sig, which then works through the smart contracts on VSE and then handles that whole process. And from a user, what you'd essentially be doing is you deposit your Hive to that multi-sig. You'd go through whatever DEX is that exists for this, and trade that deposited Hive balance against an internal DEX, which then allows you to get wrapped Bitcoin and then ultimately redeem that Bitcoin for real on-chain balance. So then you could take that Bitcoin and send it to whatever exchange you want or other DEX within Bitcoin land. And so that allows Hive to have a direct route that's fully decentralized to Bitcoin for trading.
So any thoughts on the future of this? Well, let's just move to Nathan. Any thoughts on the future of this from you?
Yeah, I'm super interested in this. We've discussed a lot about how it could be done, and Vultec has this solution, and I'm looking forward to possibly working with him in the future on developing this technology. We're trying to wrap up the proof of access and get the testnet out for Honeycomb. And then at that point, I'm like super. I think that this technology of being able to trade your Hive into Bitcoin in a decentralized manner without having to go through a centralized exchange that have proven themselves to be fraudulent over and over the past few years. I mean, what happened with FTX last year is like a perfect example of like why exchanges are not our friends. And the same thing with, you know, Bittrex and Binance with the hostile takeover of Hive. We've seen that we can't trust these guys, and we need some kind of decentralized solution in place, and even being able to add other coins in, so like Monero or Ethereum. Would love to see, you know, bridges there as well. So yeah, I'm super interested and excited for what's coming.
Yeah, and this can easily be integrated with other Bitcoin similar chains, so like Litecoin, Dogecoin, and once we make an EVM variant of this, we could also target all the EVM chains in the same kind of manner.
Super cool. Any thoughts for the future on this, apart from those, from you, Voltec?
Like, are you asking more from timeline or what?
Where you think it could go? What you're interested? You know, you're obviously working with the tech quite closely. Where do you think this is going for you? What do you think we're going to be doing with it in 2 years? Without making any promises, of course, but
yeah. 2 years. What I really look forward to is making all of the payment for services on Hive and other dApps automated. You can have an address on Bitcoin, Litecoin, Ethereum, and you can just deposit to it. And the entire system handles the exchange, the conversion to Hive, so you can just easily accept payments from all of these different chains and go through the bridge as the primary means for exchange. So you can program whatever kind of application you need, and you can completely cut out the payment processing end of it, and you just receive Hive at the end of the day, or whatever your token of choice is.
And then for Speak Network, cause I mean, your kind of your background is you're a hardcore video dude. You were building video technology for years so far. So how's that going to help you, and what are you looking forward to in terms of the changes it's going to make to the video infrastructure?
Yeah, I mean, really making 3Speak very decentralized, having everyone running CDN infrastructure, storage, everything under the sun regarding that, and also making 3Speak itself a really good product. So built on top of all of this decentralized technology, and making 3Speak a very good entry point to the decentralized ecosystem. So not just having these technologies powering it, but also really good feature set, like having like Patreon style monetization, subscriptions, special kind of promotions on the site itself, like you subscribe to 3Speak and you say, all right, I want to pay 3Speak $5 and I get some special badge, and really like making 3Speak, trying to make 3Speak target those same kind of things that Web2 companies and projects already aggressively target, but also decentralized while we're doing that.
Cheers. You had something to say?
Sure. I also think that because of the way that the 3Speak or the Speak Network is going to be electing validators, there's a mechanism in the Speak Network so that any account can say that I'm running a certain service. For instance, like a 3Speak mirror, so that you can get videos if their platform gets shut down, or a deluxe mirror, or a turn server so you can do live streaming. And because the validators themselves are voted in to get their rewards based on the community, I think that's a way for people to say, like, oh, I'm going to run a turn server so that we can do live streaming in a decentralized manner, and the people who provide that will be getting paid because, well, we're going to vote for them, right? So I really feel like this is the first step, just having the network data layer, and then right on top of it, we're going to put even more services. So I think as soon as this is done, that everything about the system could just blow up. There is no use case we can't use if it has a computer right now. It's crazy.
Yeah. The other thing here as well is, like, our slogan's always been incentivizing Web3 infrastructure operators. That's really what Speak Network does. It's almost, maybe I'm wrong here saying this, but I feel like it's essentially a replacement to Amazon Web Services for video. It effectively provides that service, right? But it's decentralized. And so then you start to go, well, with the storage and the proof of access system, it's basically a work done. You're proving that you've got access. So there's like a kind of binary moment where it's like, this is proof that we've got this video. You can be rewarded for that. It's very hard to game, if not impossible, hopefully. But the CDN side, it's like a throughput thing, and you can kind of game throughput. So CDN is going to have some kind of subscription or payment model, so those guys can get rewarded. And then the encoder is a similar thing as well. It's like a throughput thing. So you can't do a proof of work on that, as it were, right? But you can monetize those nodes based on either reputation, subscriptions, case-by-case payments, things like that. So that's what Speak Network incentivizes in terms of the infrastructure. But we've got these guys in the middle that Disregard just mentioned, which is the validators, and all the content flows through them, and then the storage nodes go to those guys and grabs the content off them and pins them to their local nodes. So they're really key pillars of the ecosystem, and they're very, very important members of the community. So they will be elected in by the ecosystem. Well, I think what's going to happen with those guys is they're going to be running all sorts of infrastructure, because this is an infrastructure incentivization system. There may be different types of infrastructure that Speak Network cannot directly incentivize, but I'm going to vote for the validator who's running more infrastructure than the other guy. And we'll set up systems to make that transparent so that the validators can demonstrate, hey, I don't just run a node, I run this other Hive-related infrastructure that maybe isn't incentivized by Speak Network, but I'm still running that infrastructure. Well, we want those people elected in. We want them incentivized to be validated on the Speak Network so that we can figure out, at least subsidize what they're doing in some way and try and make a wide range payment out for different infrastructure operation in Hive. And I think that's another interesting application of the Speak Network as well.
I want to clarify, it's like the Hive witnesses where there is 20, but there's also a really long tail of everybody who's going to be a backup to those. So if you vote for somebody, let's say a vote is worth 1 unit, it's going to be worth 1 unit for that person all the way up until they're in the top 20. As soon as you're in the top 20, whatever that cutoff is, they get 2 times. So it's like just like the Hive witnesses here, everybody gets paid the same roughly if you're doing a top 20 witness and everybody else has a long tail. So it's going to be a lot like that.
Can you just touch on briefly the governance voting system that we built? I think it was really interesting.
So much like every decentralized system that has governance voting has an apathy problem where somebody like Justin Sun can just not vote for witnesses and come by and say, oh, I'm going to vote for all of these witnesses, and the community by itself was apathetic enough that we couldn't stop it in time. Get around that. But so the system we designed here is you get to vote for different parameters of the ecosystem, but if you don't vote for those parameters, you have delegated the top 20 to be those people. So let's say we have 50% apathy, so 50% of the people here actually control. It would be just like the same as going to the House of Representatives and saying, I have two units in the system, so I have 2 votes. But the top 20 will get the rest. So if the 50% don't vote, each one of those people will get 5% of the rest of that vote. So 2.5%, is that right? I'm not a developer.
Probably. So to me, in layman's terms again, that just means if you don't vote, then the top 20 validators get your vote, right? And if you do vote, the system automatically takes your vote away from the top 20 validators and gives it to your account, which means, in theory, you don't have any dead voting coins. On Hive, on many of these ecosystems, there's a lot of, like Disregard says, a lot of apathy, a lot of people that don't vote or they're not interested or whatever it is. There's a lot of, I think on a typical proof of stake, it's, 40, 30% of voting. So you've got this other 70% that's sitting there not doing anything. Now maybe there's a no vote type thing there. Maybe we can build that in some way. But at the moment, the way it works is if there's that dead 70%, it will go to the top 20 elected validators. So you kind of vote by proxy by electing the validator. What that means as well, because Speak Network's quite complex, there's quite a few variables, although Disregard's done a great job of bringing that number down. But of course, you can't expect every member of the community to understand every variable and vote on every single thing. So what it means is those people that don't have time, they just by default are going, I'm voting for this validator because I know that guy's job is to know what all these variables are and set them themselves, right? And so we think it's, we'll see if it's more useful than the Hive consensus system, But it's certainly something we want to try out with this, and maybe it gets integrated into Hive later if this is successful. Who knows?
How many variables did you have in the initial light paper?
I think it was like 250.
It's like 10 to 15 now.
It's 10, 15 now. That either means that he's missing 125 variables. But good job bringing them down. Absolute legend. So, any final thoughts? Any closing thoughts from anyone? I'll let you go last, Dan, if you want. Yeah. Discord? Excited?
Always. Default.
Yep. Excited.
Nathan?
Questions?
Yeah, I'm just looking forward to the future of this, and one of mine and Chris's vision for DBuzz is that one day we're not necessary. It just kind of runs on its own on this decentralized network, and we don't have to run any servers. Everything is decentralized. And I think Dan and Starkers are kind of on the same path for 3Speak. So I'm super excited for the future of that and to get it to that point.
Yeah, I'm just looking forward to, really, this whole setup is about tokenized communities for me. That doesn't just mean having a community with a token. It means giving them the ability to incentivize community infrastructure, be able to earn status NFTs within each community, so you get social capital, so people literally store things for free just to get status within said community. And I really see that as a powerful way as communities take their sovereignty and they're like, look, we don't have to rely on any centralized infrastructure. We're in control. The content is distributed. It's decentralized. We've created an autonomous way to reward value in a fair way where we can't be attacked. Well, at least be able to ward off attacks. So I think we are at the cusp of being able to have what you would refer to as digital nations one day. The ability to come together and really be sustainable.
Yep. I think that's it. We'll take some questions. Any questions? We've got a mic system, sorry. Disregard's always like the default mic deliverer.
Right. I just looked at him. What does resistant mean in censorship resistant?
That's a very good. I think I should. You're going to take it. I'd be interested in Dan's comment on it as well because he's always talking about it. Go ahead. Go.
All right, so this comes back to like the morality of actually being capable of storing files that you might not agree with. So resistant means that we're going to incentivize 3 different people minimum to store your file. Let's say one of these people is in a place that they don't agree with whatever you posted. I have no idea what it could be. Oh, you just Trump campaign video, and he's like, I'm not going to store this. So that leaves an open spot in the system. So now the remaining 2 people will have more incentives to actually store that file. So instead of getting 1/3, 1/3, 1/3, this person gets, what is it, 4/3? Again, I'm not the math person. So it's more than they would have gotten because they're storing that file. Additionally, if other people want to make sure your file is available, they can pay additionally. So instead of just having 3 people here, there will maybe 4, 5, 6 people that'll be storing that file. Then if half of those people drop off, the rest of them will be getting paid double for the normal rate of, it's just like megabytes, right? So hopefully this system will work out for the average like content that is not necessarily legal, but questionable. And then the other half of this is, what if nobody can say that this should be stored? And that's at the point of the validators. And the validators will have to go by and say, like, this content is morally reprehensible, and I'm not going to actually validate this content. So you as the community will be able to say, I'm not going to vote for a validator who will, do a lottery on, say, like CP or just other like ridiculous content. And the community as a whole will decide that this content won't be stored on the ecosystem. That doesn't mean that somebody won't be able to store that file. It just means that it won't be incentivized. And you can obviously not go to that storage provider.
I'll just add, you have immutability, which is Hive, the blockchain. You put it on, you need to get consensus and data forked out, which really hasn't ever happened. So that would be immutability. You know that's going to be there. Censorship resistance is the law of if you pay someone, they will be paid. So if there's incentives, people will show up for those incentives. So it's not immutability. Censorship resistance, I mean, it can be deleted. The great thing about censorship resistance is you control. You're incentivizing people to redundantly store your content, but then you can remove those incentives and delete the data. And if you don't incentivize people, it just goes off into the wind. So that's the whole idea, is incentives versus immutability.
Couple more questions. I've got Lord Butterfly, let's get Brian in London, and Nick's also got his hand up. And then we're going to have to cut it for lunch and come see us.
So to a more tougher question, when it comes to your designated tokens, do you guys have any intention to maybe working on adding more liquidity to the markets, maybe like Splinterlands is doing for their tokens, you know, liquidity providers, or do you want to just, you know, wait for the demand to do its own thing?
I'll let you go on this because I know you.
Yeah,
I just want to ask for context. Are you familiar with the SIP on Speak Network? Yeah.
A bit.
So we call it a service infrastructure pool, where I'll just give context and then you can come. The SIP is where effectively if you want to mine efficiently in the ecosystem, you have to hold more Larynx miner tokens. The only place you can get Larynx miner tokens is either the open market, or you can go to the SIP and you can buy them from the SIP. It's an autonomous liquidity pool, and you buy them from the SIP, right? But you put liquidity into the SIP, you put money into the SIP in order to get the tokens out. That allows you as a miner to mine more efficiently in the ecosystem, but by default, the system's asking you to give up some of your funds to provide liquidity to the ecosystem, right? So the SIP's this kind of interesting concept where we talked earlier about, you know, the centralized exchanges are making all these fees off our trades. Well, the idea behind the SIP is you're getting the infrastructure operators themselves to back it with their own liquidity in exchange for the ability to mine efficiently, but then that gives the community to receive the rewards that the centralized exchanges are making, because the SIP's it'll constantly grow because there's always going to be money flowing into the SIP. So in theory, the liquidity in the SIP should grow over time to the point where there's enough fees being made from the SIP that it can incentivize the whole ecosystem and keep most of the infrastructure online on its own. That's what the exchange fee should be used for, in our opinion, right? So it technically gives us that ability to do that. The SIP isn't built yet, but that's where we're at behind it. I don't know if you want to add to that.
Oh, that's a great explanation. Basically, it's brute force liquidity. If the system works, it will have liquidity. You put in HBD, you're competing versus the daily auction versus the other people, and you get whatever it ends up being, depending on how many people put in HBD. If you put in 10 HBD and no one else does, you get all of that daily auction. If you're competing versus 10 people, you're slicing it 10 different ways. That HBD is then locked and paired, so the HBD as a whole, 100% is locked. A tiny bit of speak will then be minted and paired into a liquidity pool, and there's no central authority that can come and take that HBD out. So it stays and it grows and grows and grows. It's also going to be staked to where the interest, because the whole idea of the Speak network is not just incentivizations, but brute forcing incentivization as a machine, meaning we don't have to rely on inflation. We can take something like trading fees and recycle that in. The DEX is the heart of any token or coin. It is the way you exchange. So it should be a core intricate part of the system in terms of incentivization. Instead of CZ getting all the fees, they go right back to community. Those fees are then voted on where they go. But to answer your question, if the system is successful, there will be HBD paired with the various tokens.
Thank you.
Brian?
I'll get my question in after.
I'll be brief because actually I'm not asking a question. I'm answering the last one, but very, very quickly because they gave a technical answer. But to what is censorship resistance, I'm going to say that almost all media today is advertising paid and advertising supported. And therefore, as soon as you tell the advertisers that something is dangerous, we've entered a world where nothing can get past that. Rumble is currently under pressure because of some British
RB.
comedian. So what they're creating on this stage, and I'm helping a little bit, is so important because it's the only one I've seen that's doing it without any reference to advertising, because advertising is censorship. You will always, we have entered into a world now where any pressure on advertisers will work to some extent. And so that will always be able to create censorship.
Fair point. Thanks, Brian. Make sure we get to you in a minute, Nick.
Oh, was there someone else in line? Sorry about that.
Cutting in, I don't know.
So I guess this is probably a question you guys have already considered in your own mind, so I just kind of wanted to ask for an answer on it. So a long time ago when we set up the image hosters for Hive, at some point we obviously knew we had to decentralize that out, right? And I kind of just put it aside because I knew what you guys were doing in video, and frankly, you're doing solving a much more difficult problem, decentralizing video. But it seems obvious that all the technology you guys have developed for video can be applied the same way to image hosting. So have you guys considered at what point you would be willing to take on that task and what kind of work is involved?
Yes, I can answer that. So the technology for the proof of access will work just at the same for video as it does for images. And actually, we're working on integrating the proof of access with dbus for storing all of our image files as well. So if that's something that you're interested in, the system is there. It'd probably take 30 minutes to write in a function to pull whatever video or image files that you want, and then start running storage nodes that are storing those in a validator to pay out the rewards for people storing those.
Yeah. Okay, thanks.
And then also just a little more on that. Specifically for the image hoster, the CDN part actually will have a section dedicated for image display. So like doing the resizing and other processing that you might want to do.
Okay, so you've got some image resizing and things like that built in.
Mm-hmm.
Great.
Yeah, so it'll help cover that same kind of thing with what the image hoster currently does.
Okay, perfect. Thanks.
Hello, I'm Urasol on Hive, and one of the tasks that I do when I'm not on chain is I help run a digital marketing agency, and as a result of that, I'm in contact with many different people in media. Basically, we focus on Web3, so a lot of that is aiming at people who perhaps are outside of the mainstream, and basically, the bottom line is I know many people who either run communities or would like to run communities, could be companies, could be individuals, who want to have that access to free speech. But one of the barriers that I see right now in this current situation is the technical barrier, whereby even though you have all this amazing technology, there's kind of a limit to what individuals can do or what companies can do to make use of it. So just wondering how you see the future of your project with regards to people being able to easily come and create tokenized communities that are video-based or backed. So in other words, how could somebody come and create their own Web3 version of YouTube for their organization in the real world, and how much time do you think it would take them? Do you guys have a plan to kind of simplify that process?
Anyone want to take that? Or?
Yeah, so right now with breakaway communities, it's just a simple Docker container that you'd set up a server, point your domain to, and then enter in all your details. And that's right now fairly simple. And we have plans to work on other stuff that's a bit more automated, where we're actually acting as maybe a provider, where we have like a domain, you can enter in what name you want, and then start displaying your community.
I mean, to add to that, we already have a couple of communities running. The Skate Hive community has been running. We've got rallyhive.com. Is Slavin in the room? There he is. So they're in their early phases at the moment, but they're effectively XNC forks. And we chose XNC because they're constantly developing, and they're also funded by the Decentralized Hive Fund. We're working closely with their developers it's been very difficult, but we've been working closely with their developers to bring on their updates on a continuous basis. XNC is also, by chance, really, just integrated video technology into XNC, the video technology from 3Speak and the Speak Network. So in the near future, the breakaway communities will be video tubes. And they will have their own tokens. There are examples of them running. So this is happening. I wouldn't say it's the smoothest process yet. It's still in its infancy, but there's been a lot of work being done to make this a few clicks. You know, we did a lot of work over the summer. I don't know if the website's live yet. I'll have to check. I'll find out with you after. But we've built a front end where you basically enter your Hive community. You enter your URL, your server, and your tags that you want to show. And eventually that'll be the union indexer. So what items you want to show on the union indexer. You press go, and you've got a platform. Yeah, for free. You don't need any dev time, anything like that. So that's already available. I'll have to check to see where the website is, see if it's up and running. So we're moving that way for sure.
Yeah, we tend to make them so easy that we just give them away to every chain. So every chain has a specific chain front end with a way they can go and mine a proof of brain token, as you will, to then influence the trending on a community level. So these things have to be plug and play. You know, it's easy for me not being a dev, but that's the end goal. Plug and play, tokenized communities. So easy, you can point and airdrop them to whatever communities you want.
I have a good and a bad message. Being the moderator, we are 15 minutes over time.
Yes.
I know that we can talk about this topic probably 2 hours longer.
I'd just like to make one more comment before we close.
I didn't say that I close. I only
Okay,
wanted to
okay.
remind you a little bit that the food
Yes.
might be getting some other friends, and we only have 30 minutes left to finish the food. So just a friendly reminder from the friendly moderator.
Thanks, Detlev. Let's close on this, if we may. I just want to say thank you to the community for helping fund this. It's a decentralized funding effort, and you're really helping fund these guys and their talents and keeping this project going. And it's just an amazing example of how to use decentralized technology and fund something decentralized that provides a service for the whole community. And so, yeah, thanks for funding these guys. Awesome.
And you guys pay for my rent because this is my full-time job.
All right.
All right, let's eat.
Let's eat.
Okay, means we will be back here around 1:30.
1:30.
Or should we give us some more minutes, because 30
Maybe
minutes will be a quick eat.
Maybe a few more, yeah.
Yeah, so let's add 15 minutes
Okay.
and we squeeze it out later on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
15 minutes, so
1:45 back on stage and in the audium. See you.
Yes. Thanks, Detlev. Hey.
went a little bit too long, only a little bit. Your slides are ready? You all grab yourself a headphone, or what do you need? Oh, you have headset. Oh, you don't need a microphone? Yeah, grab one.
Hello. Test, test.
Sounds good.
Hello. Maybe, oh, sorry, sorry. My bad. Is this loud enough? Good? Okay.
Right, you ready?
More and more people are coming back, grabbing a coffee for after lunch. Strangers passing by. Hello, strangers. So, why not getting Chris Rice on stage? Chris is talking about D-Bus and the latest developments we see from D-Bus and updates. And he will as well present a little bit information about Hive in Asia. And you know, my topic was to give you a little personal touch on each speaker. And Chris, come on stage.
Oh, okay.
We had a few drinks together. No, let me help with the cable.
Oh,
It
okay.
looks ugly.
Okay.
Your
I'm
arm.
new to this.
To put it through this, through that. See your arm here, here, here,
Okay,
here,
okay.
here. We put
Got
the
it.
cable there. Perfect. And Chris told me he was looking for 10 years.
Over 10 years.
Over 10 years for the meaning of work. So he probably had different jobs and didn't figure out what he liked to do or where his love for work is. So then he found D-Bus and the story began.
Yes, it
Yeah.
started a little bit before that in a Hive Philippines meetup group, but that led to D-Buzz being launched.
Yeah, I think Nathan would be in some way involved.
Yes, he was one of the 3 people at the first.
We
Hive
will have
Philippines
him on
meetup.
stage later on.
Okay.
So it's your stage. Tell us a little bit. We are very interested in what you have to talk about latest D-Bus stuff.
Okay.
I will make a picture, post it to D-Bus. See you.
Okay, so my name is Chris Rice, and this is my first HiveFest, and it's my first time being in Mexico. So you may not know this, but it took me over 30 hours and 5 connecting flights to be here with you guys today. But we made it. Furthermore, I would say that the idea that someone like me from such an ordinary and unremarkable background is presenting with you here today a decentralized application launched in the Philippines, I would say that shows how remarkable, incredible, and how much opportunity there is on the Hive blockchain and in the Hive community. And if any of you have any doubts, I highly recommend you visit my very first post written on the blockchain in 2018. it's immutable. That tells my story. It shows my initial goals, and a lot of it came true on the Hive blockchain. So today, I would like to share how the world needs this technology and the world needs this community. They just don't always know it exists. So we, the DBuzz team, we're going to be presenting, we're going to be onboarding whole communities, not just users, but one by one. And that's the guerrilla marketing campaign that we're going to have to businesses so that we onboard communities, not just users one by one. But lastly, what I'd like to share before I start the presentation is how we're going to, I'll just start the presentation instead. Okay, so here we have guerrilla marketing. Oh, present here. Okay, so the guerrilla marketing we're going to do, we're going to be targeting 3 types of organizations. 1 is media teams, 2 is local schools, and 3 is hosting companies. And I'll get into it now. And then the media team. By media teams, I'm referring to media industry leaders in the Philippines specifically, who will cover not just DBuzz, but all legitimate Hive dApps. And we've already started getting news coverage, starting in the Philippines, and also there's a South Korean news site that is starting to work with us. Oh, sorry. And this is Ed Umbao. He's a respected blogging veteran in the Philippines. He's a former co-founder of philnews.ph. And with his work, he made the site from 0 views into 3 million monthly views. And by 2021, it had over 6 million views in a month. So that's what we're doing. We're working with him to have news sites cover us. And we're very fortunate. I actually onboarded him to Hive in, I think, 2018. And now in 2023, he's a very active Hive user. He's published over 25 articles about Hive this year. And that's what I mean about when we connect with people who already have reach, who already have communities, we don't have to get that reach. We don't have to get that community because it already exists. We just need to plug it in. And then here's some of the things that we're doing. Up here, I'm speaking at one of the events. We've actually attended so many events and have been on so many podcasts that I probably couldn't cover in a day with all the pictures and all the videos. But here's some of them. We have a Hive and DBuzz basketball team. It plays in a private subdivision, so it's pretty cool. And then over here, it's a local celebrity. That's one of the ones that we met. And over here, he's actually one of the leading educators in the Philippines. He works. He founded a company named Bitsquilla, which in English means Bit School. And he's backed by one of the biggest, if not the biggest, telecom companies in the Philippines. And they also have a mobile wallet service, which is integrating crypto. So that's Jiro Bitsquilla. Oh, sorry. And then this is what I mean about tapping into the reach of other people. We've sponsored about 3 or 4 events of Jiro, and we've actually been interviewed by the mainstream media, Nathan and I, about 3 or 4 times, but it hasn't been published. So we're not yet there, but the fact is we're getting there. And I know there's a lot of valid criticism about mainstream media. I understand it, and I know a lot of it is valid. But the truth is, mainstream media in the modern day culture is still a form of recognition and a form of validity, not necessarily true validity, but people accept it as being valid when it's in the mainstream media. So if we would like to onboard the masses, it's okay to also be featured in the mainstream media. And he was on ANC News, which is, it's a local television show in the Philippines, and I'm sure everybody knows about CNN Philippines because it's CNN. And this is Tony Rebamonte, one of the influencers that we're working with. He's gotten over 1 million views on TikTok with the DBuzz hashtag. And we're working to get more reach. And one of the things that I found out just recently is that in order to scale DBuzz, we really need our own Hive API. If we would have had our own Hive API a year ago, I'm pretty confident we'd have maybe 1,000 or 2,500 active users because the public Hive APIs, they weren't enough for us. So in about 2 to 3 days, our own Hive API will be done syncing. And then once we have that, I'm pretty sure you guys will see our numbers increase significantly. Okay, and these are just some of the other events that we attended. I think she was involved in the press for the FIBA World Cup, and this is Ken Birds. He's one of our marketing consultants. He's got a lot of connections in the crypto industry because People see him as a marketer, a reputable marketer in the Philippines, especially in Mindanao. And he's an ambassador of multiple crypto organizations. And that's Ed there. And we have a few more that I'll just give you a sneak preview about us. This is actually, there's actually two Hive Philippines groups. One is in the Manila and maybe the northern area of the Philippines, and the other one is the southern area of the Philippines. But I'm working to unite the whole Philippines so that we work together for the benefit of not just Hive users and not just Hive dApps and stakeholders, but society at large. Because Hive is good for society, it's good for people, especially when the founders are interested in continuing that legacy. And this is Romeski. She's very affluent. She's popular in the Hive Philippines community from the northern end. And you can see Nathan was interviewed here at a shopping mall event, at a crypto shopping mall event. So you can see we're very active. We're consistently meeting new people. And it's just difficult to share with everybody all the good work that we're doing because we're busy working. Okay. And you can see Jiro, this is another crypto event. Now these are more Hive Philippine users. I haven't met them in person because I wasn't at that specific event. But these are users, Hive users that I hadn't met yet that weren't part of our southern group. But they came and joined and met Nathan and other members of our group. All of these events I'm showing you, except maybe the Cebu one, I was present. But every single one, our DBUS team was present, and we were given time to speak. Now, the next community that we're going to work to onboard is local schools. And some of this is with the value plan, where they're going to be sponsoring school supplies. And my idea is to have 3 tiers. The third tier school will be basically charity. We're not looking to, onboard them to Hive necessarily because they're impoverished. But the school supplies will be providing, they will have the Hive logo on it. But the tier 3 schools, we're basically doing it for charity, for philanthropic purposes. Kind of like the bore wells, the water wells in Ghana, Africa. Then the tier 2 schools are schools that maybe upper end public schools, some of them might be private. And what we're doing is, in addition to providing them school supplies, we're also going to be providing them free mentorship in software development, in SEO and article writing. And we have members of our team more than capable of doing that. And then the tier 1 schools, it will be the private, like the international schools in Davao City, that their parents, the children of, or the parents of those youth are interested in them not getting jobs, but starting businesses. And I'm going to be recommending that we onboard new, young youth businessmen to the Hive blockchain. And the idea is that by working and partnering with local schools, we're essentially having Hive schools without having to start the school. So I'll go to the next one. And this is, I think, the second school that we contacted, and we actually made this website. And they were just, they were originally using a .weebly domain. So I just, spun up a WordPress.com domain, and the staff was just completely blown away. And for something that seems so minuscule to me, maybe $10, and I already had the WordPress web hosting, I was so blown away about how enthusiastic they were to partner with us. And I'm planning on trying to do a press event that will be covered in the mainstream media on December 15th. And they said we'll have a ceremony for the gift giving, the donations. But just because the teachers need assistance with IT, that doesn't necessarily mean the students do. Because the students are very affluent with social media. They're interested in being video creators, content creators. Very appropriate for the Hive community. And let's all remember, the rumor is Facebook, the Web 2 platform, supposedly started on campuses. And I think onboarding campuses is very appropriate. And this school actually has 3,000 students a year. So the staff has already made it clear that they're very interested in us training, mentoring, and onboarding the students. So in addition to 3,000 students, that's 500 new potential Hive users every year. And you might be surprised, but this might be a small school. Just around the block, maybe a 10-minute or 15-minute drive, there's 14,000 student school. So if you would like to onboard the masses, definitely Vietnam or the Philippines and target campuses. We're initially targeting high schools just because it was a little bit of a coincidence, but they're also very enthusiastic. But the next step will be international high schools and college campuses, which some education leaders for Web3 are already doing that. But they don't have the products. Hive has got the products, so we have an advantage. And not only do we have an advantage, but we can also partner with existing communities. You can see that's the principal of the school. That's the IT director of the school. Here's some of the staff. And that's Rubes. He's the founder of Devout DeFi, who I also onboarded to DBuzz and to Hive. And the reception rate is significantly higher than prior years. Almost everybody in the Philippines, especially the youth, knows about crypto, and they're starting to know really strongly about Hive. And the next one, this one we haven't really started on yet, but it is what I'm looking for. I'm interested in making DBuzz easy to use, easy to install, and easy to duplicate. And one example of that is how Linux and WordPress are both open source. And eventually, I won't be targeting the GoDaddies of web hosting, but I will be targeting the smaller web hosting companies to have DBuzz as a product on their site so that their clients can install it as easy as they install WordPress. And the idea is that DBuzz can be the WordPress of social media, or better yet, Hive can be the WordPress of social media, and DBuzz will be a theme. And I was very interested in having a strong speech, but I'm still practicing. I'm still getting better. Over time, I'm sure I'll be even better than I am now in the future, but there is more. And did any of you know, I mean, I know some of you knew, did you know that Hive was featured in a book written by the founder of Ethereum? How many people, you got hands? How many people knew that Hive was featured in a book? Not that many? Are you serious? Okay, well, you could see we were fortunate enough to have our DApp on a logo. 3Speak is there, Peak D is there. This is a real book you can buy on Amazon, written by Vitalik himself. But that's not the most interesting part. Members of our team have actually been in contact with Vitalik. That's what's next. And you can see Nathan here early. I don't know how early, but it was before I met Nathan. He met Vitalik once. And you can see him sitting with Vitalik. Maybe Vitalik looks a little bit younger there. I'm not sure. You know, the one I told you about, Ken Bird's one of our consultants, we have a video of him on 3Speak on the DBuzz account at our office. And what I encouraged him, I said, Ken, because you know a lot of people in the crypto industry respect him, especially in the Philippines and Asia. I said, can you get, you know, we're about to have light accounts through our lead dev and the 3Speak developer Vaultec. We're soon to release light accounts. Can you help us onboard the Ethereum community? And you know, you could go to our DBuzz account on 3Speak and see the video where I'm talking to him. And he said, why would I onboard Ethereum users when I can onboard Vitalik? And I'm not saying it's going to happen, but a week later, this is only 2 or 3 weeks ago, he's in an island off the Philippines called Palau or something like that. And the next step, we're working to bring him to the Philippines. And from what I've heard, you know, you guys have to confirm, from what I heard, the Philippines is in the top 3 of MetaMask installs in the world as a country. So that is something to be worth considering. Do not ignore the Philippines. Do not ignore Vietnam and a lot of Asian countries. They have people power, they have the users, they have the interest, and that's what we're doing. We're working to onboard them. Okay. And this is just a short demo. You guys could actually probably try it yourself. The way that it works, it's not fully complete yet. The posting doesn't work, but other features do. If you go to lite.d.buzz, it should work where, can you start the video, please? Yeah, maybe play the video. Yeah, it's going to play. This is actually logging in through MetaMask. And you can see we're using Wallet Connect because what's very important is to not only have it work on desktops, it has to work on mobile phones, and it's going to. So this is in addition to onboarding news agencies, news organizations, local schools, we're also eventually going to make a very strong push to onboard Ethereum users, which is a low-hanging fruit because they're already in crypto. So that's there. You guys can try it yourself. And this last video, I'm going to show just a little bit of what Nathan and I do as we tour not just the Philippines, but the world, to share the good news that the #1 blockchain, social media blockchain in the world, it already exists. It's called Hive. Okay, next slide. Yeah. Okay, you can play this. Make sure the volume is there. You got maybe rewind and turn the volume up. Yeah. Yeah. No audio. Yeah, you gotta turn the audio up. Let's see. Okay, so while they get that going, does anybody have any questions? Maybe, okay, you go ahead. Starkers. Okay. Yes. What you saw before was a successful login using MetaMask and Ethereum. And a lot of people use Brave, and Brave has their own built-in wallet, so it will also work. Yeah. We were targeting to have it released on time for HiveFest, but we just missed it possibly by maybe a week or 5 days. But we did release a brand new user interface for mobile. So if those of you haven't used dBuzz in maybe 3 months or 6 months, it's completely new. Much more minimalistic, more intuitive, more simple, and a great user experience. So that's d.buzz, the first microblogging platform built on Hive in the year 2000, and we've been developing ever since full time. So let's see if this works. I guess I could speak. For me, two of the key strong points about Web3 is one, Web3 is open source, and it should be. What that means is that anyone is free to copy the software, duplicate it, and build out their own products. And Hive, with dApps like dBuzz, we're leading the way to break up the monopolies so that hundreds and someday thousands of Web3 social media platforms can work together to break apart the monopolies and replace them. But it won't be new monopolies that replace them. It will be a lot of smaller projects that work compatible with one another. And another thing, that's two things, open source and interoperable, which means that they could work together. So potentially everyone here someday could have their own social network and they could all work together and be visible on each other's sites. That's the vision of Web3, and that's what Hive is doing, and that's why some people say Hive is Web3, and I'm one of them.
I would just like to say one thing on one of the big issues that we have with Facebook, beyond just the censoring, is that they, with the introduction of AI, which AI has been in development for many years, over 10 years ago, we've seen IBM Watson winning Jeopardy. And these companies have had access to these AI tools for much longer than we have. And corporations like Facebook have employed these AIs to build a feed in your social media that generates the biggest amount of a dopamine release to you, which is like a drug. They're giving you a drug. Instead of an organic, natural feed of information of what your friends are actually doing, they are actively trying to manipulate your opinion on things. They're actively feeding you a dopamine to keep you hooked to your phone in zombie state. And Web3 intends on giving people an alternative to that, so you can get off of the cocaine and come join Web3 and debug.
Okay, so it's about getting off the cocaine-rigged algorithms. Maybe pause this. for me, yeah, let me pause this. So another thing that I would like to add is that through the help of the Hive Development Fund, this December 15th, we are scheduled to completely open source all of our code, all of our Hive-related code to the community. So that means that anybody here with limited dev experience will be able to have their own instance of dbuzz. And what I like to say is that with Hive, there are real projects, real people, and cutting-edge technology. The world needs this technology. That's the end of my presentation. Thank you, everybody. Any questions? Good.
Wow. Okay. So you are living for it, you are doing it, and you are exactly explaining that you found the spot to grow this.
Yes, the thing about Hive, you know, a lot of people say that Hive isn't about only earning, but the fact is that, you know, earning is an